No. Um, that's around the time I came across Kate. That's around the time I came across Mike the Voice. And they were really talking some good stuff. And hearing it from a Black woman's perspective, Kate, being that she's in the mental health field, and hearing it from her perspective, I really thought that what Voodookie and I were talking about as far as business idea, I really thought Kate could be, because they kind of had the same type of an idea. So fast forward, we're talking about doing some stuff, her podcast, her Facebook stuff. And the relationship, the friendship, the conversation had progressed to the point where she asked me, what did I do to come to prison? And up to that point, I'd only told one person outside of the prison chapel. I had only told one person that was outside of prison, because Georgia prisons are such a controlled environment, So when she asked me what I had done, I actually walked outside so the guys couldn't hear me. And she asked me again what I had done. Told her I hadn't told anybody. I wasn't comfortable telling her because I didn't have permission to tell her. I'll never forget what she said. She said, Silverback, I got a brand to protect. I got to protect my brand. And if I'm going to help you do this, if we're going to use my platform to put this out there, then I got to protect my brand. I got to know what you did to go to prison so that it doesn't come back on me. I got to protect my brand. So I told her. The only thing she didn't see was the pictures, because I didn't pull them out. She knew. She knew everything.
And what was her reaction to her when you told her this?
She had 2 or 3 problems with what I told her. First, she said, I need some time. I expected that. It's like, I need some time. I need some time to process this. And she said, look, I'll call you in a couple of days. And she did. I didn't hear from her for a few days. I didn't contact her or anything. And she called me a few days later. And she said, look, a couple of things. If we gonna go through with this, if we gonna do this, then you need to make sure there's nothing else that's gonna come out. Is this it? Is there anything else in your criminal history? It's like, nah, it's my first time going. You can check it. Here's my name and all that stuff. You can check it, right? She had another problem. It was how I described the abuse. Because I said, I hit my stepdaughter. She had a problem. She didn't like how I explained it. I told her, I said, I punched my stepdaughter and she had to go to the hospital. Swear to God on my children, she said, Silverback, you cannot say you punched that girl. If you say you punched that girl, people gonna roast you. You have to say you hit her. So, yeah, but that's not the truth. The truth is I punched her. Can't say that. If this is gonna work, you have to. Nobody will listen. That was her idea, not mine. It was her idea for me to call myself a monster in front of everybody, because I am the monster in the room. That was her plan for us going forward to tell this story. So we hashed it out. You go back and listen to a couple of those lives. I did. I called myself a monster. But I was a monster. I was a beast at the time. I had that mindset. But she knew, Blaze. She knew. So when she made that video, Silverback, is this you? I don't like being lied to. And I'm watching the video going, when was you lied to? Because I didn't find out your damn name was Alicia Chef or Alicia Johnson or Alicia Watt, or is it Alicia Jackson? Wait, Akia Ma'at. I didn't find any of that out until 6 months after I was off the app from another lady who's into voodoo. So who lying to who? I didn't know she had a felony aggravated assault charge, the destruction of property, until 6 months after I got off the app. Since we telling the truth, why you ain't tell me that? Just you so worried about your brand. I'm going to destroy your brand. You got 17 names. You got your own felony conviction. But I digress. So she knew long before I got home from prison. She knew about me signing divorce papers I got in prison, the whole nine. She knew all that, man. I don't know what that video was. She knew all of that.
Now, this is just my opinion, but it sounds like an exploitation of your story. If she already knew, and she was already in works with, being a business partner with you, and when you told her this, and she came back 3 days later and spoke to you about it. Now, that's just my opinion. That doesn't mean that everybody has to have that opinion. Let's go through the day of, the day you saw the video. That's how I was introduced to Voodoo Babe, was your video about that.
Right.
And I didn't have any context, but, it made me mad.
Of course.
And they definitely know how to, play on somebody's emotions. So how did it go for you?
I thought I was divorced. And this is the weekend leading up to that Tuesday when she made that video. I thought I was divorced. And the woman I was talking to at the time, she came into town. And this, it pisses me off. The woman I was talking to at the time came into town, right? And we hung out. So I went live with her when she was getting ready to go back home. And what I thought was my ex-wife saw the live. I thought I had her blocked. Apparently I didn't. So, because she wasn't on TikTok. She didn't get on TikTok until I got on TikTok. So I thought I was divorced. She saw the live, me and my lady friend at the time. This is the phone I had when I was in prison. This little blue phone. I had this phone while I was in prison. Yeah. It's funny about a prison phone. Prison phone got a lot of secrets, especially text messages. Now, some of the stuff, I deleted, got rid of after that video, but some things I kept. For research purposes, asking for a friend type of thing. But she wasn't happy that I had moved on. So in the text message that's in this phone, she said she was going to reach out to my fathers. And she reached out to Voodoo. And instead of her calling me and saying, okay, Silverback, what's going on? She didn't respond. I called her all day Monday. I texted her all day Monday. She finally responded with, I can't talk to you today. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Called her Tuesday. She finally called me back about 3 hours before she put that video out. And I talked to her for an hour. In that hour, I found out not only was I not divorced, but it was Voodoo Bay who told me I wasn't divorced and that the divorce was taken out from the court. Now, how do you know I'm not divorced? And how do you know the divorce was thrown out? How do you know that? How do you know? How do you know that? Because I don't know that. And I'm the one that's going through the divorce. But what I didn't know is Voodoo Bay had a long conversation with Mike the Voice and a few other people and my soon-to-be ex-wife. The same one who said, I'm this dangerous guy, I'm chasing her, and she's in fear for her life, blah, blah, blah. Same one who doxed my parents' address. I was doxed way before anybody else, Blaze. I might have been one of the first people on this app to get doxed, if not the first. Because up until that point, I don't remember anybody's address or workplace being put out there. It wasn't that kind of toxic environment until certain people came along. And at that point, I had already addressed a couple of them, like I speak stupid ass. But he was one of the people that I addressed. But it wasn't one in early parts of 22. The only issue I had was my parents' address being doxxed, because that's where I paroled to. So we talked for about an hour. And the first time she told me she had to protect her brand in, what was it, May or June? I think it was June, because after I sent my divorce papers off, we talked, and I told her what I did. The first time she said, I got to protect my brand, it should have been a red flag. It should have been a red flag. And it wasn't. It didn't register until she said it to me a few hours before she released that video. But she said it again, I got to protect my brand. I got to talk about this. I'm like, talk about what? I talked to your wife for what? Tell me you didn't hurt them. I'm like, you already know that. You knew that already. I got to talk about this. So what had happened was my soon-to-be ex-wife contacted her. The reason she contacted her is because I wanted my divorce, and she refused to give it to me. Literally violating the court order that says we have to be, we can't be together. You know, might as well get a divorce. It's like, you already knew that. What video are you going to make? I mean, we got a whole podcast we done planned. Like, what video? I got to make a video and talk about this. About what? I got the pictures. What pictures? The pictures of your stepdaughter. What you doing with the pictures? I got it. And so we talked about an hour. She hung up. And then I got a call from a friend in Richmond, Virginia that said, oh my God, Silverback, you got to go to Voodoo Bay page right now. She put out a video about you. I saw that video. My daughters saw that video. Damn near all of my cousins. My stepson, my stepdaughter, my other stepdaughter in Florida. We relived that shit all over again. When she did that video, she had 60,000 followers. 6 weeks later, she had 104,000. You know, it's like she sacrificed me for her brand. She don't have any power. Ancestors don't listen to her. She have to get somebody who has a real connection with the ancestors to do that, because she don't have no power. She had to get other people to do it. She's a concubine. That's why she keep going through all that cleansing, that cleansing thing when she go to Africa. You can't be dirty and get with a king. You have to be cleansed. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. You know, again, we hadn't seen those. Some of us hadn't seen those pictures in 4 years since we've been to court. And she put them out there for some clicks and some views. And it worked, because 6 weeks later, she had 42,000 more followers. I started hearing my name periodically. You know, few people mentioning how we were in a relationship or we had something physical going on. If I'm such a dangerous guy, why did she have me in her house 3 days after I got out of prison? Huh? Why? If I'm such a dangerous guy, if I'm such a monster, do you normally come on the monsters in your house by yourself? Do you routinely invite the boogeyman in to your house?
Wait a minute. What did you say? She came on to you?
She came on to you?
Wow.
Did I stutter? Did I stutter? I must
You were in her house?
In her house. I saw Dorothy Dandridge on the wall. I saw her. Dude, she got a...
Wait, you saw what
outside.
on the floor?
Huh?
You said you saw a mattress on the floor? What?
No,
sorry,
no.
I didn't hear it.
No, Dorothy Dandridge. That picture. Okay. So when you see that, she got
about to say, she was wasn't playing no games. My bad.
Oh, no. You know what, Blade? You listen.
I'm about to say she's straight to the point. At least she's straight to the point.
I'm sorry, I misheard. Sharing the light thing going up.
No, man. No. Bro, 3 days after I got out of prison,
wow.
Mom's asked me to ride with her to take some stuff to Goodwill, right? While we was going that way, I called her and said, hey, I'm up on this end of Atlanta. Where are you? And she was at this little spot getting a bite to eat. It's like, all right, cool. We get done. You want to meet in person? I said, absolutely. Okay, cool. 3 days home from prison now. So we got done with Goodwill, called her up. Hey, we headed down such and such a street. Where are you? Keep coming, a couple of miles, look to your left, you'll see the spot. Walked in and, you know, it's like, wow, this is a beautiful woman. I gotta be honest. You know, she didn't really have on a lot of makeup, just some lip, I don't know if it was lip gloss or lipstick. I don't know which one it was, but kind of pinkish reddish. But it's like, yeah, you the real deal. You a very nice woman, okay, cool. And funny because I had never eaten that kind of food before. Peruvian restaurant. Food was actually pretty good. I actually got a picture of the food that I sent to one of the guys that was still in prison. It's like, look, I got me a beer and this food, and I sent it to him. From this phone, actually. So I was like, well, I just came to see her, and when I was gonna get something to eat, and then I was gonna leave. She offered to take me home. So I told Moms, I said, well, go ahead. My new friend gonna bring me home. He hung out about an hour. Another friend of hers came by. We chopped it up, laughed, kicked it. All right, let's ride. Paid the bill. We get ready to go. She said, I want to show you something. Left out the restaurant and drove straight to her spot. Little blue Hyundai, Elantra. Pull up in the driveway. She jumps out the car. I said, I'll be right here when you get out. Come on in the house. Go in the house with her. There's the podcast area, just like she described it. It's right there. Put all the shoes out right there. Cool. Take your shoes off, walk around bare feet or socks. All right, bet. Go up to the second floor. Boom. There's Dorothy Dandridge. The whole live setup right there. Like, damn, that's really Dorothy Dandridge. Yeah, that's really Dorothy Dandridge. It's a nice spot. Outside look like shit, but the inside is amazing. It's beautiful. Right?
She can't hold it together down there. Hold it together, Kay. Hold it together.
I'm just saying, you know. But that's what you do when you renovate a place. You do the inside first because you're trying to live in it, and then you renovate the outside. You know. So I understood. I ain't gonna trip. So we sitting there chopping up. She's like, I'll be right back. And she goes in. I guess that was her room or something. I don't know. And then I sat at the bar countertop, the bar stool. And she came out and we was chopping it up, and then she was just standing there. And I was sitting at the bar top. And she was just standing there looking. What's wrong with you, man? Come on, let's go. I got to get to the house. I got shit to do. And she didn't say shit. She was just standing there. Come on, man, let's go. I swear I said that shit like 3 or 4 times. Come on, man, let's go. And she just leaning up against the door frame. And just staring at me.
Sounds like she was trying to get you to read between the lines.
Huh?
Sounds like she was trying to get you to read between the lines, but you wasn't hearing it.
I had to remind her, what's my nickname for you? 10-foot pole. Told you I wouldn't touch your ass with a 10-foot pole. Told her that. That was my nickname for her. She knew it. 10-foot pole. Now, I knew she was, I knew she wasn't, because I thought she was a white woman, but I knew she wasn't white by the end. But I wasn't interested. Bro, I had parole to deal with. I had a new officer. I still had my payments set up, my reports set up. I had to deal with, I thought I was divorced, so it was papers I needed to sign and living arrangements. And I mean, just, financial obligations. Man, I came home, I was swamped. Like, they want everything done right then the first day. Here I am, a free man in the free world, and I'm still getting frisked and strip searched and all that for the first couple of days, just like I was still inside. So it's, I wasn't even thinking about no ass, man. I wasn't. Plus, I had a whole wife that, I'm like, I thought I was divorced, but still, I'm like, I got a woman I'm attracted to if I want something like that. I wouldn't even think, I swear to God, Blaze, I wasn't even thinking. 5 years in the joint, I wasn't even thinking about no sex. I swear to God, I wasn't even thinking about it. I wasn't even thinking about it. I had just come home, got home that Monday, and had to go right to the place and get searched again. All up in my junk, I just, the whole nine, man. I'm just going in there, get searched, coming out, get searched. I'm like, damn, I've been in your office. Why you searching? It's like, I wasn't thinking about no sex, man. That was the farthest thing from my damn mind.
So we made it clear that she was, but you weren't. Now, how did she take the rejection, though? Was it?
I don't know. She never said anything about it. But she was damn sure rejected. I wasn't interested at all. I wasn't interested.
Yeah, usually when they don't say nothing, that's a bad thing. When a woman is silent, yeah, that's not a good thing, man. It's not a good thing.
So, did she take you home at that point?
Yeah, she took me home. Yeah, she did. We got in the car, and she drove me to the house. We talked, laughed, and kicked the bobo a little bit. And we pulled up in the driveway. I was like, this is where I'm going to be at, until I find me somewhere to stay and, get a job, whatever. But this is where I'm going to be at. Feel free to call me. We can chop it up. We can get this thing going. And we sat in the car and we talked for a few minutes. And I got out. I didn't give her a kiss. I ain't hold her hand. I ain't do none of that. And my mind was so far away from anything physical, man, with anybody, you know. I know that sounds weird after 5 years in the joint. You know, you would think, you know, get busy and get drunk or get high, whatever the case may be. I wasn't even thinking about that, man. You know, I still had to do, you know, I was still subject, that first week, I was still subject to drug tests and all kind of stuff. Even though I wasn't in there for that, it's always a possibility. So, you know, the officer still had to come to the house, check out the spot, make sure I was doing what I had so much going on. I wasn't even thinking about that. I swear to God, I wasn't even thinking about it. So if she was rejected, if she felt rejected, she didn't say anything. She didn't tell me. And I
so
didn't.
when she was standing there, did she ever say anything to you? She just stood there?
She just stood there. She didn't say a word. I said like 3 or 4 times, come on, man, what you stand? Let's go. Ready to go, come on, man. She just stood there, leaning up against. Whenever she walked in, whatever that room was, she walked in. She came out, she just stood there. She just leaned up against the door frame. Come on, man, let's go. She never said a word.
When, I'm guessing you said after the video you spoke to her maybe a couple days after that. Was that the last conversation you had with her?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, when she put that video, before she put that video out and we talked for that hour, that was the last time we talked. Until that Friday when I went live with the guy that lives not too far from. He let her in the box, and I asked him not to. I told her, I said, I don't want her in the box, right? As soon as she come in the box, I'm this and I'm that. I'm like, man, you've been talking all week. Shut the fuck up. Let me talk. Don't do that, silvabakk. Don't do that. Don't do that. Tell me I've been talking all week. I've been talking all week. Because she had an opportunity to come on my platform to talk. She had a whole live that Thursday. And the whole topic was about me. It was 300 or 400 people in that live. And all they was talking about. And I was listening. I was sitting out in the car and I was listening. And when they went to talking about, oh, you know, he won't come and talk. He won't come and talk. That's when I touched the screen and typed, I'm here. And she didn't acknowledge me at first. So I typed it again. And her mods was telling her, he's here. Let's block him. We don't want him to know what we was doing. But what they were doing, they were making plans on her live to get me sent back to prison. They were planning on finding out who my parole officer was. Tell them I'm stalking my ex-wife and children, and they are in danger, and to put me back in prison for the rest of the time.
Wow, I didn't even know all that.
Yeah, that's what they were talking about. So finally she said, I see you, silvabakk. Give me a minute. And right after she said that, she blocked. I listened to him for about 6 or 7 minutes, making plans to get me sent back to prison.
Now, after that live, have anybody ever tried to contact your parole officer? You have any issues with that?
Yeah, they contacted him. Yeah, they tried to get me sent back to prison. They did. Of course they did.
Now, this is something I don't want, you don't have to speak on, but I just want to know how this has affected you since all of this has been going on, because I know it's not easy for you, man.
You know, Chaplain Hauser told me, he said, God has already forgiven you, Mr. Smith. And it seems like, you know, members of your family have forgiven you also. And you're going to have to forgive yourself. I can't forgive myself, Blaze. It's been 7 years, man.
I would say it's not really all about forgiving yourself. I would say it is evolving from it, moving your life into the right direction. You know, helping to advocate for things like this not to happen. I was going to get to that question, but go ahead, keep on speaking, brother.
I just, people don't believe in forgiveness and second chances until it's them. And I know I put my stepkids in the hospital, man. They had bruises and whelps. And I've asked myself 1,000 times, why would you do what? What was you thinking? What's wrong with you? I cannot. But nobody wants to hear about the rehabilitation. Nobody wants to hear about the remorse. Nobody wants to hear that Blaze, I cry 3-4 days a week, man. I can't believe I did that shit. Nobody don't want to hear how when you they don't want to hear how they wouldn't let me apologize, man. They just put me in a damn cage and they wouldn't let me apologize, man. They wouldn't let me say I'm sorry. They didn't offer me any counseling. They didn't offer me any help. They didn't ask me if I was okay. When I had a bad day, I had to defend myself from a few dudes in prison. They didn't ask me if I was all right. They just put me in the hole for 10 days. When those lights go out, man, and all you hear is other dudes screaming, they facing them demons, and bet your ass them demons in there, bro. And I came face to face with mine. I had a whole conversation with them. You the one got me in here. I ain't tell you to do that. Yes, you did. You did tell me to do it. You did it. You got me in here, Silverback. Nobody don't want to hear that, Blaze. I can't tell nobody how bad my days are. I can't tell you the day that my emotions were all over the place leading up to this. I can't tell you about the jobs that I don't get because all they see is a man that's convicted of cruelty to children and aggravated battery. Got turned down for cleaning toilets at $11 an hour. Nobody don't want to hear that, man. I lay in this bed right here. Sometimes I can't get but 3 hours sleep, man. Sometimes I can't talk to nobody, man, because nobody understands. Nobody wants to hear that I'm remorseful. Nobody wants to hear that sometimes I cannot look myself in the mirror because of what I did. Because I didn't go get help when somebody told me to go get help, go get some therapy. Sure, I confronted my old man. But I carried that shit and I carried that shit and I carried that shit. And it came out. It almost caused Kim to lose her children. And sometimes I can't sleep, man. Sometimes I'll be up till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, then wake right back up at 8:30 because I can't sleep. But nobody don't want to hear that shit. Nobody don't want to hear the accountability. Nobody wants to hear the responsibility.
I can't say nobody wants to hear it because it's 128 people here plus us. So, I mean, I'm glad to hear you taking your ownership of it, though. That's the most important thing for me. Because most on this app don't take ownership of what they did in their past. But I'm glad to hear you say you want to, and it's not going to be easy. It's definitely not going to be easy. You may lose some sleepless nights, but you face it like a man, right? And I've seen you do that. Because honestly, you can be an example for the young men that are still stuck behind bars like you were before. But take your time, brother.
Do you want to continue? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I just wanted to say something. I've been in mental health for over 25 years, right? And I'm a certified mental health practitioner. I'm also a certified life coach. And to be honest with you, had he not provided his own redemption, there would have been no work to do. There would have been no need to be there. When he did grown man shit, that's truly who he is at this point in time. Who he was is somebody else that did horrible, horrendous acts. But the person he left prison as is not that person. And I can't tell you how that switched or why it switched. I can't tell you. But what I can vouch for is the quality of person he is now. And we've been working together for the past 1.5 years. And I can tell you, everything that he says in those videos is who he's claimed, who he's been. I've never seen a waiver. So most people, when they talk a lot of stuff, they don't really live up to what they say. And after maybe a couple of months, you start to see the real person. You know, the makeup starts to chip away, and you start to say, "Okay, see, I knew you wasn't about that life. You're full of it, right?" I cannot say that about this man. I cannot say that about this man. Everything that he started doing while he was in jail, that he did on the platform before Voodoo Bay basically threw him under the bus, and there's a lot more to that, and it's not my story to tell, so I'm not going to tell it. But I can say he's been a quality man, living up to everything he said in terms of living and speaking up for women, speaking up for children, because he knows what he did, and he knows what he did was wrong. He's not that person that even Voodoo Bay tried to make him out to be. What he did, yes, past life. Who he is now and who he evolved into, completely somebody different. So those videos on grown man shit are authentic. That's who he is now.
That dude, he had to die in prison. He had to. He couldn't come home. He couldn't. When I was in the hole for them 10 days, and I confronted that dude, and Chaplain Hauser would challenge me. You understand, Manny? That guy couldn't come home. He had to stay there. He had to die in prison. He had to. And I left him there. And I hope he rot. it's like it's almost like watching the Hulk tear up the whole city. And then he just goes off somewhere and leaves David Bruce Banner to clean up the mess. That's what it feels like. That version, Silverback had to die in prison so that Silverback can tell this story. I found out that Silverback was born out of the pain that Jeff had. That's where Silverback came from. And because Jeff went through all this stuff and never dealt with it, Silverback was born from that. The anger, the confrontation. When I was in my late teens and 20s, I used to call it the beast. Take ass and take names, didn't care who it was. I was bullied a lot. I was tall, I was good looking, I was the quarterback, I could sing. I was bullied a lot. I wasn't always 6'4", 270. You know, there was a time when I was 5'10", 140 pounds, 5'11", 140 pounds. I was bullied a lot. And all that stuff, man, all that, you know, the whole issue with my old man and what he did and how he was treating me as a teenager going in my early 20s. He had to die, Blaze. He had to stay in prison. He couldn't come home. And now I'm left to deal with what he did, with what I did. I have bad days, man. People don't want to hear about the remorse. They really don't. They don't. All people want to focus on is the victim, as well it should be. But I've heard your girl, Palesa, screaming from the hilltops. She's a victim. These two ladies here are victims. And the man that she talking about, our punk, don't have a remorseful bone in his body. And it angers me and it hurts me because I know what remorse looks like. I know what it feels like. I know about the sleepless nights. Can't face yourself in the mirror at times because you did such a horrible, terrible thing. I know how hard it is to admit it and own up to it. I know how hard that is. But prison is the great equalizer. And if our punk has the pleasure of going to prison behind his actions, from college up until now with Palesa, you're going to face the same thing that I faced, that same person, that same demon. You're going to face it. Because prison is the equalizer. And you're going to face that. And I faced it. And I face it every day. I don't victim shame or victim blame, Blaze. Part of the reason I've been quiet for a year and a half is because I refuse to talk bad about my soon-to-be ex-wife. She was a victim. She was a victim. Say what you want about her, whether she condoned the behavior or not. Those were her children. And I'm not gonna blame her and say she putting on a front. It's not true. And I didn't do blah, blah, blah. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not going to victim shame. I'm not going to talk trash. I'm not going to have people call somebody dumb or not smart. I'm not going to send nobody to do that. And I saw them do that to Butter. I'm not going to downplay somebody's essay or great, like I saw somebody downplay that with K Chef. I'm not going to do that. I don't do that.
Wait, I need to ask you a question. Were you physically abusive to your wife?
No. No. Did not abuse Kim. Now look, that doesn't make it any better because I abused my stepchildren. But no, I did not abuse my wife. I did not. I'm sorry, my nose running.
Oh, okay, I got my one final question, and I'll leave it up to everyone else. After I know you dealing with this was a lot, and I couldn't imagine half the stuff you went through. But what do you want to? Where do you want to go from here? What do you want Silverback to be from this point on?
So I might not be able to use grown man shit because I think a couple of guys took it in order to keep me from having it. But the mindset of grown man shit still is in effect. This is about accountability as men, as black men, and responsibility as black men. Like it or not, we got a responsibility. It's been 500 years we've been going through this since what, 1617, 1680, 1621, somewhere up in there. It's been 500 years we've been going through this. And for 250 of them, black women been catching hell, and we've been standing on the sidelines watching. That's what grown man shit was all about. And it seems like this the perfect time for me to come back and speak on some stuff because we got the king of prostitutes out there. We got, what's his name? Patrick got beat up my wife and kids Gentry. We know about Voodookie and her stuff. We know about our punk and his stuff. Really, nigga? Hit me up on your side piece live while your wife is watching? Blaze, I've been watching from a couple of different pages that people let me use. I've been watching. This black guru fool. Isn't this the same dude messing with a Latino woman who's got a kid and he fighting the child support, but he up here talking at 30 years old, telling married women and women in general what they should be doing? You don't even like black women. You got a Latino woman. Same thing with this other clown, basically Black Jeepers. This idiot. Ain't you the same dude who put your wife out after 10 years of her being a housewife? You the same dude who put that woman out on the street with nothing, then fought so you didn't have to give her alimony? You claim you're making 6 figures, then you fought and took the kids so she couldn't get any child support. You put her on the street with nothing and nowhere to go. And then had to go back and get her, put her in school and help her get a place so she could provide for herself. Is this the niggas that we gonna follow? Them clowns fresh and fit. The hell they talking about? So that's why I need to come back.
Well, I have a couple of questions for you.
Please go ahead. That'll give me a time.
Would you like the comments on? Right. Or you want the comments back on? I have my moderators are good, and like if people are being disrespectful.
Yeah, I think it's best because I know I've been getting questions, so I would like people to ask their own questions. But yeah, I mean, it's
I know we had agreement, so I.
Yeah, I guess that's all. You can turn them on. I mean,
I'm telling my mods turn the comments on, and if people are being disrespectful, please mute them. Don't even let that happen.
man, there's a lot of people.
And other thing, a couple of people have been trying to get in the box. I know you said you don't want anybody in the box. Is that still the same?
Yeah, I don't know about it.
Okay.
A lot of people just finding out about me. You know, my family and I've been going through this for 7 years. You know, and she put it out there just, you know, for the clicks and views, for the shock value. You know, the difference, Blazee, between me and everybody else. The difference between me and everybody else, now it's pictures. You know, we're all, a lot of us black men, we have a lot of shit swept up under that rug, and we put furniture on top of it. Mine came with pictures, and I a very, very good man, Chaplain Russell Hauser at Montgomery State Prison, challenged me to be a better man. He challenged me to be a better man. He challenged me. And hey, Cache, thank you for letting me use it. You know, I lost my grandfather last March. I used to call him periodically from You're welcome, nature. I used to call my grandfather periodically from prison. And he always wanted to know if I was safe, if, you know, anybody was doing anything to me, if, you know. He never talked about, the old man never talked about what I did. He just wanted to know if I was all right. You know, how you feel, boy? You all right, boy? How you feel? So I'm all right. So when I got home, before he died, I called him and I was talking to him. He said, you take care of them girls. I couldn't hear him. I said, what you say, Granddaddy? He said, you take care of them girls. What you talking about, old man? You take care of them girls, them daughters of yours. You take care of them. Like, Granddaddy, you know what I did, man. It's like, you just take care of them girls. That's all you got to do is take care of them girls.
Can you hold on a minute? Remember, anyone can come in this live as long as they're being respectful. If they're not being respectful, that's...
Thank you, Cache.
Are we frozen?
Yeah. No, I'm not. It's like,
Yeah, I'm good
all
over
he
here.
cared about. I'm not. You're not frozen. All he cared about, Blazee, was me coming home and taking care of his grandchildren, because he knew he was gonna pass. He knew it, but that's all he said. Just take care of his grandkids. You know, I just, you know, I had a conversation with one of the lieutenants at the police station over here with the gang unit. He's been in the gang unit for 19 years. And he said, I need you and the men in this community to come out here and talk to these boys. And
No Cry Zone said, can she come up? She's going to be respectful.
Why she want to come up?
And I just read her comment. She
Miss
said she'll
Crosby
be
is good
respectful.
people. I'm, she
She
good
is.
people. So I would say, yeah, I vouch for her.
What you think, counselor?
Who is it?
I just want if people do have questions, like I said, I would like for everybody to be respectful, but you know, I want this live to be as transparent as possible because this is a triggering live, so let's try to do that.
There was a question about resources, about experiencing DV and breaking cycles and moving forward. I don't know if you want to answer it, but I know I can answer it. So
Sure, you can go first. I'll
okay.
give me some
Okay.
input.
So one of the first things I would suggest, and please, 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 find the resources in your area. There's a national number that's 211. That national number will give you resources for wherever it is that you live. You want to make sure you reach out to a domestic violence agency in that area, the area that's closest to you. You want to establish a plan. You do not
Now,
want to leave so that you have to go back. Because that's usually when you leave is when it becomes the most dangerous. And that's what people don't know about domestic violence. Most people are unalived once they leave their batterer. So you want to make sure you do it and you have everything set up in place so that you don't have to go back. And I mean, when you go, you have to take everything you need. Like if you have pets, you have to take them. The kids, you got to take them. You have to take everything that they will not have leverage to bring you back or to find you and have access to you. So please make sure you reach out to the national number. You find an organization in your area. You speak to a counselor there. You work on a plan. And that plan is and it's called the safety plan. A safety plan is going to consist of you getting your IDs together and putting them in a safe place, saving money, putting that aside, putting that in a safe place. Action, absolutely. Documents are extremely important. So you want to make sure you have them. You keep them in a safe place. You want to keep money in a safe place. You want to make sure that when you leave, you don't have to come back. If you have to find a relative or a friend where you can store stuff there, whether it's clothes, like whatever emergency supplies that you might need so that you can get away, do that as well. But make sure the first step is contacting 211 to find the agency or organization in your area and then speaking to a counselor so that you can create a safety plan.
yeah, I'm gonna piggyback off of that. Look, ladies, I'm gonna I knew I wasn't ready for that in that relationship. I knew it. And when I realized it, I should have left. But a lot of us with that mindset, we're very, very selfish. And she was a resource. She was a resource. She was, she was making more money than me at the time. I had some issues, so I couldn't drive a truck. I couldn't, get a decent job going on. She was an amazing woman. And, for a while, it was the proverbial, I date her until somebody else come along with not the intention of being with her long term, and, a lot of us men do that. And then when you do have a moment, as women, when you do have that moment where you start to realize how valuable you are and your worth, and you want to leave, you know, a lot of times we do get violent because we are watching the bag walk out the door. And because we don't plan for anything other than right now, us men with that mindset, we can't let you leave because we'll be on the street sleeping under a tree somewhere because you are the bag. If you leave, where does that leave me? And that's pretty much the mindset I had. When I realized I wasn't ready for that with her, with those, you know, type of children, with those, you know, I should have left, but I was too selfish. And
they had gifts. They had gifts. They are children with gifts.
Yeah, they're children with gifts. Yeah, they really are. And it, you know, it's sad to say that, you know, we do, you know, certain factions of men with certain mindsets. I was one of them. I was in that mindset for a long time, that egomaniacal, twisted mindset. You know, we do whatever we can, whether it's to kill your self-esteem, kill your drive. We try to keep you there by any means necessary, because without you, we know we're nothing. And I should have left, you know, but I didn't. I was too selfish. You know, this platform that I just started, hey, Palesa, I've been watching your story for a while from the outside. You didn't deserve that. And I'm sorry you went through that. Gentlemen, we got to do better. We got to do better. The video I heard this past week, it was, how did it even come to that? I don't condone any of that. You know, I know I did it. I know I went to prison. Yeah, I did. But yeah, that ain't it. That ain't it. That's not the mindset. They are not your problem. Women are not your problem. You are your own problem. I was my own problem. I refused to help when it was offered. I refused the therapy when it was offered. I refused to acknowledge my shortcomings. And when I realized that when I was with that woman, I was too selfish and egotistical to walk away from her. Yeah, it's Silverback talking. We got a real problem as men, and it ain't the women. You know, I'm gonna tell you something, Blaze. I went to a couple of buddies of mine a couple of times, one in particular, and he was like, "Man, I don't need this shit, man. Come on, man, let's go get a beer or something." We don't even, like, I was in a bad spot, and I went to my boy. This my dog. This my ace. I've been knowing him since, you know, right after high school in the 80s, man. And he blew me off, bro. He blew me off. Come on, man. Why am I that shit, man? And what I found out later on was, yeah, go ahead.
Interject real quick. My Palesa says this a lot, and this sticks with me. It's going to stick with me for the rest of my life. It's about checking the oppressor within. You check that with the oppressor within, your life will go so much better, and that goes for everybody.
I swear. And she couldn't be more right. You have to check that mindset, man. You imagine, right? And this is hard for us as men. Imagine being a black woman and hearing a man say the problem is black women and all of them need to be murked, and then take the girls and start over. Like I couldn't imagine hearing a woman say, murk all the black men and take the boys and start over. Look, these brothers got a woman, a therapist. They got her canceled, got her kicked off of several apps, and got her fired from her job as a therapist just for saying black men need therapy. I mean, she got death threats just for saying black men need therapy. They got her fired and got her canceled from her job as a therapist by saying black men need therapy. So you get a woman fired for saying we as black men need therapy, then put that shit out saying murk all the black women? Nigga, please. Like, I'm trying to figure. So this is why I felt like it was a good time to come back, Blaze. Because I was them. And it destroyed two sides of the family, bro. It destroyed the family. I mean, that woman she lost her kids for almost 2 years. Because I didn't do the work, man. And I heard this man say, unless you all the black women and start over with the girl. What girls? You talking about girls? You talking about grown men grooming girls? I mean, isn't that what Moses was saying a couple of months ago? Ain't nothing wrong with looking at a 14-year-old. I was listening to that live. I was on somebody's page and I heard him say that. Isn't this the dude, the same Moses, the so-called prophet? Isn't he the same dude who had questions in 2018 about him messing? I'm just saying.
Let's say this because he's not here to defend himself. Yeah, he's not here to defend himself, so we don't want to make him the topic of the live, though, okay? I get what you're saying.
But this is what I'm saying. And, you know, I don't care if somebody tell him what I said.
Well,
my address is out there.
People are inquiring, were you ever able to apologize to your wife and to the kids?
For legal purposes, no, I wasn't.
Okay.
For legal purposes, no, I wasn't. I was not able to apologize. I was not able to hug them and kiss them and cry with them and apologize. For legal purposes, they never came to see me while I was in prison. They never spent the day with me while I was in prison because for legal purposes, you know, we can't have contact. So, yeah, I did not get to apologize. And I can say for a fact that the state of Georgia vehemently enforces that we don't have contact.
I'll try to mind you, but I think I'm already at the limit.
Did you hear me? I'm sorry.
You know,
I was on mute.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Let me interject real quick. Just say
Sure.
if they're watching, what would you like to say to them if they're watching? Your wife and ex-wife and kids.
Sorry isn't enough. You know, I hurt because you hurt. And I hurt because I know I hurt you. And I'm so sorry. You didn't deserve that. There was nothing that you did that you deserved that. Nothing. There was nothing. You did nothing you could have done deserve that. Nothing. That was not about you. That was about me and my unresolved issues. That was not about you saying anything or doing anything. That was about me not doing the work on me so that I could protect you, and I did not protect you. I became what you needed to be protected from. And I'm sorry doesn't begin to cover it. I'm so sorry, because that was not the leadership thing. That was not the protector thing. That was not. It's like I got a whole dictionary over there, and there's just not enough words, Blaze. It's just not enough words, man. And if I could, hug them and kiss them, and even if they want to punch me in the face, let them punch me in the face. I would, because I deserve it. And if they don't forgive me, trust me, I understand. I mean,
We got a question. Why did you wait now to reveal this about Voodoo Babe?
Because if I'd have done it earlier, if I'd have done it earlier, who asked that question? That was Flabby Patties. Yeah. I came in your live one time, Blaze, to tell you that I wanted to talk to you. Flabby Patties told me, say, Silverback, you know you're not welcome here. And I said, okay, my bad. I'll leave. And he or she said, thank you. And I left. Yeah, I remember you, Flabby Patties. But the reason I didn't, I was too angry. I was too angry. And I wouldn't have been able to have a civil conversation like I am now. So if I had done this, a year ago, when I found out, who she really was, a real name and a real motive, it would have been done out of anger. I wouldn't have been able to sit here and talk civilly like I'm doing now. It would have been full of vitriol, anger, and a bunch of threats. The live would have been over in 3 minutes. I've talked to Kay a lot over the years. No, Voodoo Bear is not my ex. I've talked to Butter a couple of times. I had to wait till now.
Until I got right.
Because I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready, Blaze. I wasn't ready. There's no way
I would get over. Anyway, last time on my panel, death threats. So
yeah.
All the things y'all said about him, y'all was putting that on me. So what makes you better than anybody if you want to threaten my life because I allowed somebody to speak on my panel? So please remember that. Do not threaten my kids like you did before. Yeah. Do not threaten me.
Yeah, because if you got a...
Did you just get a text message or something?
I don't know if she did.
I didn't see that in the comment section. All right, so I want to respond to this question. Oh, please, this is giving manipulation because as soon as Voodoo Babe get heat, he's back. So that's untrue because we have been talking about doing this live for weeks now before Voodoo Babe got any heat. So there goes that theory out the door.
Facts. Yeah. I kind of knew that Blazee was one of the people I wanted to talk to when and if I decided to come back. I decided that months ago. There's only, 2 or 3 people that I would have done this with, and all 3 of them are here in the box. So, I mean, Butter got those threats from quite a few people when she had me on last year, just talking about abusive men. And she contacted me and asked me if I would come and speak on abusive man as an abusive man who had been to prison for abuse. And she got death threats. And I'm gonna keep it a buck. If you got a problem with Butter, you got a problem with me. And we will pull up. I ain't gonna even play with you. We're gonna pull up. So just like you know how to pull people's name out the air and put their address out there, we know how to do the same thing. Your ass ain't but a flight away. Don't get it twisted. Butter don't bother nobody. K don't bother nobody. And I don't like how y'all do Blazee from time to time. Because, nigga, we will pull up. And I'm telling you that in your face. I will pull up. My address out there. Well, that's my parents' address. But Lithonia Stonecrest, where I live, because my parents in Stone Mountain. I'm in the Lithonia Stonecrest area. I don't have no problem telling you where I'm at. You can pull up to Dontello's anytime. Anytime. Thursday nights. I don't have a problem telling you where I be at. So if you got a problem, we can solve it. Everybody ain't gonna go for that shit about you putting people's name and address out there. Oh yeah, east side till I die. So if you got a problem, I'll be at Dontello's on the east side, Stonecrest Mall.
But you don't have to do that, because now
I want them to know. I ain't playing. I'll tell you where I'm gonna be at.
Doxing, you
know it.
FBI.
No, but see, think about this. The only thing I said I had a problem with was when my soon-to-be ex-wife put my parents' address out there. They don't do that. I think I was one of the first ones to get doxxed. You don't do that. My parents in their 70s. Mom's just signed the paper for me to come home from prison. That's it. And why? But okay, Timeless, you've asked a couple of questions. I'm gonna answer this one. What you want me to do? I had to turn my DMs off on my IG page because I've been getting death threats for a year and a half. A year and a half. I had to make a whole video on my IG page saying, miss me with that. And I'm going to post it on my silvabakk page. Miss me with that. Go live your life. Don't let Voodoo Babe and Kim get you hurt. Because I'm going to rearrange the way you chew. I'm going to rearrange the way you use the bathroom and eat. So you can say that, but it's been a year and a half. And I'm still getting death threats. Huh?
So you're back for good?
Oh, yeah, I'm back. I'm going to stay back. Because we got to, it can be contradictory. And that's fine for it to be contradictory. But through a year and a half of talking to this lady, to Kay Shep, I understand there's some stuff I'm gonna have to deal with for the rest of my life. For the rest of my life. There are things that I'm gonna have to go through. You know, people are gonna find out and they're gonna want to stop doing business with it. Because, you know, the cruelty to children charge. And for the record, I was charged with aggravated battery and family violence in the first degree, which carries a maximum of 20 years. I was charged with cruelty to children in the first degree, which carries a maximum of 20 years. And I was charged with cruelty to children in the second degree, which carries a max of 10. And I like your content, man. I pled guilty to aggravated battery in the first degree and family violence and cruelty to children in the first degree. Both of those sentences carry 20 years max. Yeah, amazing content, Fire, man. I had a double 20-year sentence to serve 9 years in prison. It was my first time being in trouble, 49 years old. So what Voodookie said that I went to prison for is a whole ass lie. I went to prison. I pled guilty to aggravated battery and family violence in the first degree and cruelty to children in the first degree. It's a double 20-year sentence and a double served 9-year sentence. The state decided I had to do 6 years. I had to do a minimum of 65% of my time in the state of Georgia. They wanted me to do a certain amount of time. The reason they let me out 3 weeks early, 5 years, 3 weeks short of 5 years, the reason they let me out early, they had some bad dudes coming in. And they needed that bed. They had some bad people there. They refused to let anybody out for the pandemic. Georgia didn't let anybody out. Governor Kemp wouldn't let people out. No, those charges were from 2016. I took the plea deal and pled guilty in February of 2018.
For people that missed it, he was in prison when he started on TikTok. He was still in prison.
You want to, my platform is I_am silvabakk 907. I don't know where the idea came from of all of the charges that she talked about, but that's what I was charged with. And no, they didn't let me apologize to my family. Children, I asked for counseling, I asked for help. The state of Georgia refused the counseling, refused the help, refused the therapy. They wanted prison time. They didn't want me in therapy. So I went to prison.
So how does it make you feel like knowing that other people on this app that have crimes against children and they're well receptive? How does that make you feel?
They're a bunch of damn hypocrites. I mean, we got a whole king of prostitution out here sitting on his truck every day. And in an instant, at the flip of a switch, will talk shit about black women. Call them B's and H's and so on and so forth all day long. And he'll have 300 people in his life, and 200 of them will be women. I just saw a video on Blaze's page of he was doing that, and T. Nathan was sitting his red bearded ass right there listening and didn't say a word. And I'm like, that don't look like protection of black women to me. You know, it's amazing to me to hear it, that we got a whole gang of people on this app with, you know, the difference is, Butter, there's pictures of my abuse. That's the difference. My wife gave Voodoo Dookie those pictures. Hey, if you don't like me calling her Voodoo Dookie, I won't call her. But
I find it funny. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying. But they're pictures. And pictures are worth 1,000 words. So you can, we can see the charges. We can see the paperwork. But when Dookie Bay put those videos out, those pictures out, in that video, is Dookie Bay better? You know, I came with smoke because I was expecting smoke. But in any case, when she put those pictures out, man, that's something you can see. You feel me? That's something you can see. And it's triggering for a lot of people. Okay, Black TikTok princess, I'll figure out which one. Either Voodoo Dookie or Dookie Bay. Which one y'all like? Miss Tara said Dookie.
Let's not even just do it. Let's just give her that a little bit. Let's
just say.
Cut it out. That's what I'm gonna say to you.
All right.
Cut it out.
It's been a year and a half. I've been quiet. I haven't said anything. I've been quiet for a year. I'm just saying. Okay.
You know, and the whole crowd is going for the effery. Okay. But I just have to say this. And I have to jump off because I have to be up at 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
so,
I know.
Yeah. I'm glad I was here to support. I'm glad you actually had a chance to, and thank you, Blaze, for providing the space. Also, Butter, thank you for providing.
That was all Miss Butter.
Well, thank you, Butter, for providing him the space to actually speak his truth. And I just wanted to be here to support. And I will talk to you later. Yeah. I'm jumping on because I gotta get up super early.
Before you go,
Miss K.
Okay, if you guys, you know, she is a counselor, so make sure y'all follow her because this has been a very tough live, and I don't want people leaving this live, you know, not good. So please follow her if you need like to DM her and just answer some questions or got some feelings. Please reach out to her or to someone, but please follow her. Yeah. She is a good resource to have.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And yes, please inbox me if you need to. If there's anything that's triggering that you want to get out, because I know sometimes other people's experiences and hearing other people's experiences will trigger your own. So if you do need someone to help you decompress that and talk about where you are versus and what this did and what this stirred up inside of you, I can definitely help you with that because my background is crisis intervention and dealing with trauma and crisis. So feel free to reach out to me and I will help you to the best of my ability or help you find someone near you. Okay, so reach out to me. I appreciate, thank you for including me. I'm glad I was here to support and we'll talk soon. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Counselor. I appreciate it. I'm glad you were here. Absolutely. We'll talk tomorrow.
Have a good evening, Ms. K.
Thank you. Thank you, Blaze. I appreciate it. Thank you, Butter Love. I appreciate being here.
I want to ask this question quickly from the comment section, even though we pretty much ran over this, but this is for the people that weren't here. They're asking me, Blaze, can you ask them what was your goal with this live and what you want to happen moving forward?
Now, Blaze pretty much hit it on the head, man. I never got a chance to tell my story, you know? I've been listening for a year and a half while somebody else talked and controlled the narrative. So I kind of took a page out of Blazee's book when he said, time to spill the tea. I've been quiet long enough. I was in an abusive mindset, and people need to hear that. There are a lot of women. This is basically a children's app, of course. But there are a lot of people that want men to stand up and say, this is who I was. This is what I did. And I'm sorry for it. And I struggle every day with it. And I wanted people to see me. Blaze, this was back in, I know, Butter Love was there from literally day one. And you came in what, around November or December of 21, Blaze, I think?
December of last year, right? Day before Christmas Eve. This is when it all started for me.
2021, right? Was it 2021 or 22?
2022. Well, 2021 22. Going into 2022, yeah.
Right, going into 2022, right. And I've been quiet since then. I a couple of times I spoke, but only from, a couple of lives where, people asked me to speak as far as being an abusive man, but never to tell my side, and say, this is what I did. A lot of people didn't get a chance to hear me, own it. And, there are a lot of people that are abusive. A lot of men. There are a lot of us that are abusive.
Can Sweet Nessie come up?
Who?
Sweet Nessie. She's not said she don't want to be disrespectful.
I thought there was no cry zone wanted to come up. Yeah,
she did too. You never. Okay, no cry zone and Sweet Nessie, y'all can come up.
Yeah, Blaze vouch for him. If you say it's all right, then. But I think.
Yeah, I vouch for both of them. Yeah, they good.
Okay.
Ray too. I vouch for her. She come on up.
I think. I really think that it's very, very important if I'm going to be who I claim to be, then I need to look everybody in the face and say, this is who I was. This is what I did. And this is what accountability looks like. There are a lot of people, a lot of women, a lot of children, and other men that are asking for this. We see every day on this app women asking men to take accountability, to be responsible, stand up in front of it and say, this is who I am, this is what I did. And I don't see any. I hear the ladies asking, but I don't see any men doing it. And with all of the stuff coming out about all these people and all these so-called groups and folds, and all of them got records and abusive relationships and so on and so forth, it was time. I spent over a year talking to counselor, to Kay Shep. I've talked to Butter quite a few times, and everyone knows Butter was an abused woman. It's time one of us brothers that had that abusive mindset said, I was an abusive man. This is what I did. And that mindset sent me to prison and destroyed 2 families. 2 families. It destroyed my relationships with my own children, my ex-wife. You don't know the far-reaching, that abuse stretches long and wide, and I've seen too much on this app. There's too many dudes that's just not, you know, they looking for the women to be accountable for being women and be accountable for the fact that they're men. Or why does a woman have to be accountable for her and you? You did the shit, you be accountable for it. That's why you see in my face now.
There no cry zone. You're up.
What's going on? Thank you, Ray.
Just give her a second. She probably doing something real quick.
Oh, it's all right. What do you want to know about the kids, Diamond?
Okay. Hello.
We have we like just like you said. Go ahead, Ms. Crazone.
Okay, so because y'all said that y'all could we could ask questions, so I want to make sure that's the deal, because if you didn't want shit, can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can hear.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
My mic off. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that I could ask questions because I thought the comments opened up for questions.
They did.
Okay. So just a couple things. So I don't know you personally, but I became aware of the situation back in the day because I was real cool with C Keys, who was cool with Voodoo Back. And you know, it was another girl in the group, and she told C Keys that Voodoo Bae knew about what you did. And I believe that. And I believe you now about her knowing. But my thing is, I also literally saw the lives where she was dogging you. And she was like, you know, basically, I ain't quoting her on shut the fuck up, but that's how she was talking to you. And she was like, you need to get the fuck off the app and blah, blah, blah. And I saw her followers go up behind your situation. I'm talking about 50K at best. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is, when she was doing all of that and telling you to get off the app, why then didn't you tell these people? At least she knew about what you did, because she was going off the premise like she was so surprised and she was so amazing. Oh my God, he did some shit like that. And oh my God, how can he deceive us? But if you would have said that she knew the whole time and she tried to screw you, and I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't understand why you didn't say nothing then to the people about her knowing.
I did. Nobody wanted to hear it because all they were focusing on was the pictures of my stepchildren. I said it. I said it in my own live. I said it in Tracy B live. I said it in what's her name? Nerdy G. I said it in her live. Nobody wanted to hear it. I did like 4 different lives that week. Nobody wanted to hear it. All they wanted, you need to go back to prison. You need to do this. You need to do that. Nobody wanted to hear it.
Blaze, can you answer Hakeem's question?
What's the question?
It said, my question is, if we are okay with this man, can we still talk about that King guy?
See, and that's exactly where I was going to go at. So I was going to tell Silverback that I appreciate him, because when King and his charges were brought up, he lied about it. He flat out lied about it. He said the door fell on his children. He blamed his his girlfriend that passed away. And he's not the only person he's lied to on this app. We remember I posted a video of Miss Pugh and Leola saying that he constantly lies about what happened. And nobody wants to ask him anymore because he constantly lies. I didn't see this man lie about what happened. I seen him face it like a man. Something King can't do for some reason. He's lying about prostitution charges. But that's the difference between King and Mr. Silverback here.
Well, he said both kings. I guess he wants you to address both kings.
Who's
the other king? I'm sorry.
That's
the other king. I guess Patrick.
He was talking about King. I thought he was just talking about King of Hearts.
He said both kings.
It's really the difference is abuse, Lee.
I know
there are
she's talking
levels
about
to it.
Patrick and his child abuse charges because Patrick lied about his as well.
Yeah, so I
That's
heard.
what we must be talking about. Because
Must
Patrick
be.
still denies he didn't do anything to his children.
Well, that ain't what the charges in the paperwork say now, is it? You know,
Okay, my bad, Hakeem. My comments wasn't
you know
moving. I just seen that.
the
Yeah, he's talking
difference
about
is
Patrick.
to abuse. Lee Dunn 66. Abuse is abuse, man. You know, I'm not a huge dog lover, but if you got one, take care of it. If you don't want to take care of it, don't get one or give it to somebody who like it. Abuse is abuse, man. The difference is man to man, how you stand up to it. I started a
Exactly.
platform in prison. Um, I started a platform in prison. Grown man shit. I can't use it anymore because I think somebody took it. But the premise, the idea is still there. I was challenged by the chaplain to be better. And that's what grown man shit was born out of. Because we sat there we were blaming the people that we abused, the people that we robbed, the people that we shot. We were blaming them and we were calling them snitches, and we were mad at them. It was by the time I got to the prison, it was guys that had been there 5, 10, 15 years already, still planning on going home when they got out at the 18, 20-year mark and getting back at the people. Like, if you're going to sit in prison for 15 years, you're going to be mad for 15 years. And when you get out in another 3, you're going to go back and do something to the people? And I couldn't wrap my head around that. And so when it comes to abuse, it's just abuse, and it's abusive mindset. And that's what you have to attack. You have to attack that abusive mindset. They don't want to take accountability because they're scared they're going to lose something. But by denying it, by lying about it, you lose respect. If you think it's hard for me to sleep at night, and I'm being open and honest about mine, imagine trying to be king of prostitutes. Imagine trying to be king, beat my wife and kids gentry, lying about it, and then still got to try and go to sleep at night. If I can only get 3, 4 hours of sleep, and I serve my time, and I'm trying to do something with the community, if I can only get 3 hours of sleep, Lord have mercy, how many hours of sleep they get?
See, the
Because
thing
they
about it, I
lying.
believe they sleeping very well, and that's the problem. Because
I
if you
can't
can
sleep,
sleep
Blazee.
and lie about what you did, the trauma
Bro,
you caused, you're a different type of devil.
I can't.
Kid Truth, I don't know who you are, but I'm not sure if they
Nah,
want to
we
bring you
good.
up. That's up to you, brother.
Nah, we good. I'm good with you and the ladies. Yeah, hey Ray, how you doing?
How you doing? I'm fine. I just want to say, um, the funny thing is I thought this was a fairly recent incident when I first heard about it, but this is many years ago, and you've been making strides to doing what's right now. And I can respect that. I honor you because you're coming up and you're telling your side of the story. You're not accusing anyone. You're saying, this is what I've done. This is what I've been working on to heal that side of me. And this is what I'll be doing moving forward. And that is a beautiful thing. Accountability looks just like that. And in order for you to move forward in life, accountability is the only way to go. And soon enough, you'll get more than 3 hours of sleep, because the number one thing you're going to have to do is forgive yourself in the process of this.
Can't.
You know,
I haven't. It's been 7 years, and I can't. I just and it's I've had this conversation. I talked about this with Butter. I talked about this with K Shep, with Counselor. I talked about it with Chap. I can't. I can't. It's been 7 years, and you know, it'd be easy to say, my daddy, man, if he had just come by there, you know, if mama just wouldn't have talked to me like that, if I wouldn't have got bullied so much when I was a, you know, skinny singer football player, if I wouldn't have, if all of that stuff, man. But it don't make a difference. I became angry, abusive man. And if I wasn't abusive physically, there were times I was abusive verbally. We don't even talk about the verbal abuse. We don't even discuss that because we get so stuck on the physical. But the verbal, I mean, I still relive some of the stuff my mother said about me, said to me because of my dad. Because she was hurt. And I'm 55 years old. And it still hurts that my mother told me, your daddy ain't shit and you'll never be shit.
Hold on.
And I just...
forget.
And I
it's hard.
That's... I'm 55, and she said that to me when I was, what, 7 to 8 years old, until I was in my teens, 16, 17. It's been 40 years. And it...
Good.
Hold on. Sis, can I ask something real quick? Okay.
Go ahead.
I just got one more question because I was listening to what you were saying, and I'm not judging. I'm not, this was 7 years ago, whatever, none of that. But since we're here, you had said something like, you, as far as disciplining the kids, you was disciplining them like, you know, they were normal kids or whatever. You know, y'all know the term, they went over there, but disciplining them like you were forgetting that they weren't normal kids. And my thing is, I mean, that's not really how you would even discipline normal kids, right? Like,
absolutely. Absolutely. Great question and great point. You know, abuse doesn't... I didn't separate. It was just abuse. If it wasn't physical, it was verbal. So I didn't separate the abuse. It was just abuse. Again, we don't even talk about the verbal, because I wasn't so much beat as a child. It was more verbal and mental abuse. But when I did get beat, I mean, I come from the era where corporal punishment was, whether it was a shoe, an extension cord, the Hot Wheels racetrack, the hanger, a belt, a punch, a kick. Abuse doesn't know the difference between a gifted child and what we would consider a normal child. Abuse just wants to abuse.
right.
And it was never about
Well, you know, no, I'm glad you said that because I asked certain questions because I don't want to leave it to people to just say, you know, well, he said this certain thing or whatever. And, you know, the way you just explained it, I mean, you you owned up to it, like straight up. It is what it is. So, you know, it ain't no difference in, right.
And this is what unfortunately, we as men don't tell you ladies. We don't tell our children this. We tell each other in the barbershops, at the cookouts, tailgates, when we together congregate as men. It's certain things we talk about, but we don't support each other when we try to come out of that. It's almost like we look at each other as outliers. Damn, man, when you do all that crying, man, I want to hear that shit, man. Come on, man, let's, that kind of thing. We don't, ladies support each other. If she go through a bad breakup, she'll get 3 or 4 friends. They'll come around, they'll sit with her, they'll cry with her, they'll talk it out, help her get where she need to go. And if it's a DV situation, they'll help her get some help. We don't do that as men. I literally cried in front of my best friend. Had been my best friend at the time for 25 years. And I broke down crying. Come on, man, that crying shit, man. Like, damn, man. Not knowing that he was going through his own thing. So when I tried to talk to him about mine, he didn't want to hear it because he was going through his own thing at the time. And he never told me. I found out from his brother after I got out of prison. And I said it earlier. People ask me to go to therapy, get some counseling. And I refused. I don't need no counseling. I mean, I saw somebody call me a beast earlier. Silvabakk is a beast. Not anymore.
Good evening. Can I say something to that? That is why I came up here, that comment specifically.
Hey, police.
Hi. First of all, I want to say thank you for sharing your story. And I do appreciate that you've come in and you didn't victim blame. You didn't point the finger at anybody else. You stood in your own accountability. You admitted to what you did. You made sure that we knew it was nobody else's fault but yours.
No.
And here's what I have to say to that comment, that you're a beast. And I want y'all to really pay attention to this. We as a society will come on this app and we'll see actual people acting like a full-blown beast and act like we don't see it. But we have someone here admitting that, hey, yeah, at one point I was. And this is the thing that we can relate on, because like I said, as a club promoter, I can relate to, being in a situation where I may have touched someone in an inappropriate manner. And if they said that I did that, I can't argue with them and say I didn't. Why don't we accept the progress in people? That's my thing. If we are going to be the society that we say we want to be, right? We want change. We want better. We want people to learn better and do better. Then that means you have to give the people the opportunity to do that. If you've done your time, right? You did your prison time,
right,
and you're out. I think anybody who has served their time deserves the opportunity to show us that they are better than what they went in there as. Now, that's not to say that you are. I don't know. I respect but I think it's quite unfair to not at least give you the opportunity to show us who you have become. So to come in and say that this man is a beast with everything, first of all, to come into the conversation, to come into the conversation so late into the conversation, and then just instead of sit and listen, you just automatically throw out that he's a beast because of what you think he did, because you haven't heard the story from him and you don't know. So it's not like you were there to know what he did. You're going by what you think he did based off of sources that weren't even from the people that were involved. So your opinion really ain't shit. You should just sit in the comments section and listen and learn and try to see if this person is about the words that they're saying. To come in and say he's a beast, that's not productive. That's not productive to him. That's not productive to his victims. That's not productive to the rest of society utilizing this very system that y'all say we should use, right? You say we should use the legal system. You say we should use the mental health care system. If we're going to utilize these systems, then we have to do our part to make sure that these systems work. So instead of outcasting, continuing to outcast the people that have done their time, give them the opportunity to show us that they're better people. If they show you differently, okay, then that's fine. That's fair. But to judge them and you don't even know if they've changed, and then y'all can sit on this app and see these people do the same thing every single day and swear up and down that they're good people. They're good people. But here you have somebody admitting to their fuck ups, admitting to some heinous stuff too. Some most people would be embarrassed to admit, too ashamed to admit. And here this man is being vulnerable, and the first thing you want to say when you come into the live is he's a beast. And then to pretend to be respectful, I come in here to be respectful. That's not respect. Because you don't know this man. You don't know his story. You don't know his victims. I just wanted to say that. I just, I didn't mean to come in and that comment irritated me. Because I feel like and especially with my angle as a revolutionary, I can't say that I want to inspire change in people and then don't give them the opportunity to fucking change.
It's a good point.
That doesn't work like that. I can't say that I'm about change and I'm about accountability and I'm about, helping people stand in their accountability and supporting people that stand in their accountability if I'm just going to judge them and outcast them when they make a mistake, especially if they're admitting to it. They're standing in it. Loud and I can't say loud and proud, but you're standing loud and bold enough to say, hey, this is what I did. This is what I did. I can't take that back. But this is who I aspire to be. I admire that.
Thank you. And I appreciate your voice because, we have a tendency, those of us, men with that mindset. And I've said I've had that mindset. But we do what we can to discredit you. One of the reasons I took so long to come out and say anything is because if I had spoken earlier, and I said this earlier, I was too angry, and I would have come out just vitriol, fire and lava, and smoke and steam, and the live would have been over in 3 minutes because it would have got banned. And I wasn't ready. I was too angry. But the other reason is because I don't victim blame and I don't victim shame. And, say what you want about my soon-to-be ex-wife, whether she was complicit or not. She is a victim. Mm-hmm. Her children were hurt. And anything I would have said, there's no way I was going to say anything bad about her. Because, again, those are her children. And in the end, feel how you feel about it. But in the end, she made the call, pressed the necessary charges. So I don't victim blame. I don't victim shame. I took my time. I talked it out. And I felt like this was the right time to come and say, hey, this is who I was. This is what I did. This is how much time I spent in prison. This is what I go through on a daily basis on my journey to self-forgiveness. It's been 7 years and I haven't been able to forgive myself yet. I get very little sleep. I stay up late. When I do finally go to bed, I wake up early. And coming from someone who was an abuser, verbal and physical, I think all of you ladies should speak up because your abusers are going to try to keep you quiet because they don't want to be exposed. I think all of you should take a lesson from Butter, who has that abuse video on her page, and Palesa, who talks about it openly. I've watched some of her lives from some friends' pages. Speak up. Do not let others take your voice. You need to be heard. You need to be heard. And this is coming from someone who was abusive. You need to be heard. Because as a former abuser, I tried to keep that noise down. I didn't want anyone to know I was abusive. So I try to keep that noise down. I try to talk louder than you so people will listen to what I'm saying about you instead of seeing what I've done to you without hear what I just said. I try to talk loud so people will listen to what I'm saying about you instead of listening to you about what I've done to you. That's what we do as men with that mindset, that red pill mindset, the mindset that made that recorded that video of saying that all the black women need to be murdered. That's where that mindset comes from. We try to take your voice from you, ladies.
Can I stop you real quick?
Sure.
You really just hit me what you just said.
Yes, me too.
The abuser speaks loud to deflect what the abusee is going through. And how often have we seen that on this app?
I was just about to say
I've
that.
been
Who's
saying
saying
that
that?
about I speaking in, well, not so
I
much
speak on the
closet
same
talk,
thing.
but I've been saying this to people about I speak for the longest. The only reason he does what he does, everything he does, is to discredit me, meaning to drown out what I'm saying. Everything he does.
Wow.
I don't care. If you
Absolutely.
don't think it's about me, it is absolutely about me. He is obsessed with silencing me because I am his loudest victim. I am his loudest victim. So everything that man does is to mute me. Everything he does.
Any okay, let me take you ladies into the mind of an abuser. Anything we do, when you open your mouth, any and everything we do is to discredit you. I don't care if it's about your job, your children, your husband, your boyfriend, your circle. We try to infect every aspect of your life to make your voice null and void. We're like when we get in that mindset, we're almost like a virus. It's almost like a plague, you know, and we try to infect every aspect of your life so that nobody believes you. Nobody. Yes. Remember, this is a male driven system. This is a male construct. This is men protecting men at all costs. So we do whatever we do as an abuser with that mindset. Whatever you do and however we got to manipulate you, whatever we got to buy to make you, we could buy 15 dozen roses, go buy you a Benz, whatever we got to do to get you to shut up or keep people from listening to you or camouflage the bruises and the abuse. Whatever we have to do, that's what we'll do.
Absolutely.
I don't care if it's buy you, we could buy you a suitcase full of makeup so you can cover up the bruises. That's what we will do. The reason I can say that is because I had that mindset.
Would you say that you have some narcissistic characteristics?
Not so much now, Ray. It's hard to be narcissistic when you can admit the pain that your abuse caused. Because once you admit that mirror becomes hard as hell to look into. Because every time you look in it, you see that guy. It's like
Can I
I don't hang
interject
out on.
real
It's like
quickly?
I don't hang out on the corner no more, but I know how to get there. Right?
Can I interject real quickly just to speak to what Ray the Fixer just asked? Me personally, Ray, I think that anyone who's not checking the oppressor within, and I know that sounds like a cliche saying, right? But if you are
Facts.
not checking yourself, you are displaying narcissistic ways. You have to. In order to ignore the oppressor in you, you have to display narcissistic ways. But once you
Got to.
start checking that oppressor, that narcissism in you cannot live anymore. It won't
Nope.
live anymore. It will
Can't.
die.
It can't.
Especially once
Agreed.
you get in habit of checking it. Because every time it tries to rear its ugly head,
You check it.
that habit of checking it before it even gets ugly will be so quick. You'll be like, no, nope, nope. Now you wrong for this, or you wrong for that. Like what's powering whatever that negative energy is, and you get to nip it in the bud real quick. But you have to practice that. So I feel like anybody that is still hiding from their own accountability within has you might not be a full-blown narcissist, but you are absolutely displaying narcissistic ways in order to get away with running away from your accountability.
He's
I know
absolutely
what
right.
narcissism is. I know what narcissistic characteristics is as well. I wanted to know, does he feel like he still has some narcissistic characteristics? Because if you are narcissistic, clinically speaking, you cannot be healed from that. You just have to start to practice certain behaviors, but you don't ever get healed from narcissism. But if you have narcissistic characteristics, then you can work towards being aware. Awareness changes. So that's what I was curious of, because I hear you saying, you understood that your ex-wife was a victim. I hear you saying that you abused your children. And I also hear you saying that abuse that you displayed was because you was abused as a child. And so I wonder, just sitting here listening, do you honestly see that you also still have some narcissistic characteristics that you need to be aware of so that you won't return back to those same behaviors? Because looking in the mirror is wonderful. That's a good way to reflect. I'm saying, as I'm listening to you, and because I listen and I do this for a living, I wonder if you've dealt with some of those characteristics and address them in a way that can keep you super aware so that you won't return back to those same behaviors. Because that's what I'm afraid of. Even with this whole live, when you have those type of narcissistic characteristics, this live can perpetuate that same feeling of being seen and heard, can stimulate that desire to go back into those behaviors. So my concern is you're doing this, and I'm afraid that if you don't learn some coping skills, that this live will create those same behaviors. I just wondered. That's what was my question. Not the abuse so much, but going back into those behaviors.
Ray, when you've been stripped of your dignity, when you've been humiliated, when you've been put in a 6 foot by 6 foot by 12-foot cell, when you can't get a job cleaning toilets, when your children refuse to speak to you, when every time you report, you're stripped naked, squat, cough, they looking all up in your junk, there is no narcissism. When you can't sleep for 3 hours a night, there is no narcissism. When you've been strip searched and poked and prodded, when you stood butt naked in a room with 50 other men there is no narcissism. When your entire manhood is taken for 5 years,
Okay.
and you have to beg somebody to let you come home, or else they're going to keep you. Because let's remember, they could have kept me for 9 years. When you can't be a narcissist. It doesn't matter what your traits are. You are stripped of that manhood, which requires that narcissism. There is no narcissism. There is no going back. Once it's gone, it's gone. There's no such thing. If it means anything, if being that, living that, doing that, and then coming home and still having to face it, there is no narcissism. I say that because imagine me thinking I'm still all that, right? And I can't get a job cleaning toilets for $11 an hour. Imagine me thinking I'm all that, but I still got to go report, piss in a cup, and get searched. Okay, Blaze, yeah, come right back up, bro. It's like, I hear you and your concern, but my concern is bigger than what you think, because you and I can interact on this app. But when I close this app, I still got to go live life, and I still got to face it. I still have to find a way to sleep. I still have to find a way to face my own mother. I have to find a way to face my daughters. It's like if I had come and spoken earlier, right after this happened, I was, mad with Voodoo Hill, and just what if I'd have done that, we wouldn't have gotten here. I had to step back and say, who am I? And what have I done? You can have that trait all you want. That trait destroyed my family, destroyed my marriage, destroyed my wife's family, soon to be ex-wife. It messed my stepson up for years. And it's not, you can't see all that and still have the mindset that our creep got. You can't see all that and then sit on here and beg all goddamn day like Patrick do. You can't, these guys that you see, yeah, that's narcissists. Yeah, that's them protecting who they are, because that's all they want to be. I don't want to be that, Ray.
Can I say something?
Destroy too many people. Yeah, Butter, what's up?
I know, ladies. The ladies in here, I know this is tough for anybody in here who's been abused. This is such a tough life, but it's something that we have to hear, because a lot of us have been abused, or in an abusive relationship, and we have children. And you just have to look at somebody you don't know, this person could do this, then you bring them in your home around your children, and that is something that happens. So no, we can't run from this. Right. We have to learn what his mindset was, so we can see the signs, we can see the red flags.
Absolutely.
Because we don't want this to continue happening to anyone.
Absolutely.
And then once you know better, you do better.
Absolutely. I totally agree. I would. I want the ladies especially. When you hear me talk, I really want you to understand that I'm talking from that that space, that narcissistic space. I'm talking from that abusive mindset space. You know, that's what I'm talking about. It was very important that I protect what I had by trying to strip their voice from them, you know? And you have to be, I mean, we're going to put on the front as men. So you ladies won't see us. You'll see our representative. You'll see who we want you to see in the beginning. And we'll be nice and buy the flowers and do all that stuff. But after a while, that mask will start to slip. And the more it slips, the more the language, the verbiage changes. You'll start to see who we are. Because all of us literally have the same traits when it comes to abuse. We all literally have that same mindset. It's all about us. That's what a narcissist is. Self-important. It's all about the narcissist. Nothing and no one else matters. That's all it's about.
No, Crowzone, did you have something?
Oh, let me ask this question for Kid Truth. He said, why would you hit an autistic child? What was going through your head?
I didn't hit an autistic child. That answer your question? It's very respectful, by the way. I hit a 7 years. This. I hit. They were defenseless.
Hey, Yodi.
They were defenseless. And you know, abusers, that's what we prey on. The weak. We no, they weren't autistic, but they had they were gifted, and they weren't you know, OCD. And nah, I don't want to talk to you man to man. You're not a man to me.
All right, I didn't know you knew him prior to
he's
that.
Emotional. Yeah, he's emotional right now. And I think there's enough emotion right here.
There's a lot of emotion. Because a lot of people that follow me have some type of DV or some type of abuse that's been in their life.
Big and Beautiful has been asking to come up too. I just wanted to put that out there just in case you didn't see her comments.
I'll step down and let her come up. I'll come back after she finish.
I got a question.
Thank you.
So so I just got since you know we talking and you know the more you talk the more questions people have or whatever. And this is about awareness, I guess, you know. So people are saying like you were letting people know what you went through, you know, some of the things you went through, as far as, you know, what may have contributed to, you know, you doing what you did or whatever, right? About your parents or, you know, whatever. So to be clear, you know, if you don't want to, that's fine. But to be clear, a lot of these people are not clear on exactly what the kids went through. I mean, because where they're saying you're being accountable, but some people don't exactly know what you're being accountable for. They don't know like the injuries. You know what I'm saying? Like they're saying like you saying a lot about what you went through. So if you could tell the people, you know, what injuries exactly, you know what I'm saying, the kids had, like, you know, what.
Well, if he's going to talk about it, I'm not going to be able to sit through this, so I'll be back.
No, I'm not.
You know
I'm
what
not.
saying? Just to be clear, you know what I'm saying?
I'm not. Listen, I'm not going.
That's
I'm not
fine.
going to
I
talk
just
about
asked
those
for the people.
injuries. There's
I
a
just
video
asked.
out. I spoke about it earlier,
Okay.
but I realized, you know, this isn't for everybody.
Yeah.
You know,
too tricky.
My family been going through this for 7 years. Y'all been going through it for what, a year? Some of you just finding out. Go to Dookie Bay page. She got a video up. I tried to get it taken down. They won't take it down. Go see it. You'll see the injuries. You'll see it.
Okay.
You know, I'm part of the reason I left the app in the first place is not because of Dookie Bay. I left the app because so many women and children were hurt after seeing those pictures, seeing that video. It's amazing to me how, you know, for 5 or 6 months, I listened to her tell me how I couldn't go home. I couldn't go back and put the family through this trauma again because I was in prison and I don't know everything that they went through because I was in prison. I asked for them to, hey, Black Ice, very good friend of mine, listening ear, but I asked to apologize to them. And they wouldn't let me. Yeah, I'm a parent too, stop playing. We all are parents, that's why I'm talking. I think when they wouldn't let me apologize, when they wouldn't let me see them, you know, they kept me in a box when we went to court, in a concrete box. They wouldn't let me see them. They wouldn't let me apologize. They wouldn't give me counseling. They wouldn't give me therapy. They wouldn't even let me talk to a therapist. They just wanted me to go to prison and go away. As I said, they took my wife's children for almost 2 years. She had to have supervised visit. That I knew from family members that I talked to while I was in prison. So I don't want to speak on the injuries, but they were significant. And
you talked about it earlier, and I can't hear it again.
I did. Yeah, I'm just, you know, this is, you know, I don't know everything they went through. I wasn't allowed to know what they were going through. I would ask, but they wouldn't tell me, you know. Because again, Georgia just wanted me to go to prison. You know, I don't know how much time is enough for everybody, but I won't be free of this until I'm 71, and then 5 years after that. So legally, I won't be done with this until I'm 76 years old. That's 21 more years. I'm 55. Do I deserve it? Probably. Did I deserve the prison time? Absolutely. Would someone have died if I'd have stayed in the same mindset? Probably. Would it have been my children? No. My stepchildren? No. But somebody. I had a lot of anger issues. And I said earlier that quite a few people asked me to go and get therapy, to go get counseling. And I'm not a small guy. I'm 6'4", 270 pounds. So just imagine had I gotten some counseling or some therapy years early. 5 years earlier. Just imagine if I'd have gone and got counseling 2 years earlier. We wouldn't be here. But here we are.
Big and Beautiful, she's been wanting to ask you a question for a while.
What's up, Big and Beautiful?
Hey, King, how are you?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It wasn't like, I wanted to ask a question. That's why I said, never mind. I didn't want to come up in the box because I didn't want to redirect the live. I've just been sitting here, just listening to you, take accountability of, what you done been through with. And how you were saying that I don't know if I'm wording it right, how you wouldn't be able to forgive yourself for what happened or whatever. And it's like, I was just thinking, because I was in a similar situation, not as like as yours. But
Right.
I feel the same exact way, because I don't think that I would ever forgive myself. And it hurts me to this day because, something was done to my kids.
Right.
My kids was essayed. And it still bothers me to this day because I wasn't there to protect them. And it's like, the more I want to sit up here and try to forgive myself, I can't forgive myself for the simple fact because I was not there to protect them. And it's just that, it led from, me being, in a newspaper. I made the front page of the newspaper. They was going to charge me with failure to protect my children. And then they also tried to charge me with what is it called? Child neglect. And and it really bothered me. It really bothered me because it's like I went through this whole process, and I mean it took a while. And I end up losing custody of my children behind of what somebody else did. But of course, if you with somebody and they gonna not only look at the perpetrator, but they gonna look at the mother as well.
They sure do.
And the more that I was sitting up here telling these people that I didn't know that this was going on, I didn't know that that was happening, they still wanted to charge me. And I think I went through this. I mean, it was like horrible to where, I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep. I was just basically like torturing myself because I'm like, Lord, I didn't do this. I didn't do this. And by that time, they had came in and took my kids, which they wasn't supposed to come in to take my kids because it wasn't nothing that I did to my children. But, with that happening, they're not going to look, like I said, look at the perpetrator, but they're going to look at you too. But they done came in and the damage was already done. And by the time that damage was done, I was cleared of everything. And
but damage is done by then.
And it's like, to this day, it still affects my children because my children still talk about it. And it's like, I don't know how to deal with that because it bothers me so bad. It eats me alive because I don't think that I will ever forgive myself because I was not there to protect them. That's the only difference between my situation and your situation. But that just tugged on my heartstrings that, that you said that you wouldn't be able to forgive yourself. And I can totally feel where you're coming from because I don't think that I would be able to forgive myself because I was not there to protect my children. So it's like I didn't want to, I didn't want to redirect the live or anything.
No,
I just wanted to piggyback off of that because I totally understand and then you have to catch the ridicule and the backlash and all this and all that. Oh, well, you knew, but at that time, I was cleared of everything because I knew that I didn't do nothing.
Right.
And I think that's what hurts me so bad because to this day, I still don't have custody of my children. Now, do I have a relationship with my kids? Yes, I do. I am still actively involved in my children's life, but it still affects them to this day as well as me because they still talk about it. And it hurts me to my core that I wish it's, I wish that it's more that I can do. But, with me not having custody of my kids, it's only a limited amount of stuff that I can do. If you get what I'm saying.
I know.
That's why it's so important, ladies, about, when we have these relationships with men, and especially when we have children. Because even though something's going on, you may not know, you're still accountable because you are that mother. Like what she was saying, she was still held accountable. Like they were like saying, they charged her, then they took her kids. So we have to be so careful of the people who bring around our children.
I mean, we went through something similar. Again, remember, she lost her children for a period of time, almost 2 years, because you were in a relationship with this man who never displayed, as far as the legal system is concerned, this kind of behavior before. But they threw several books at her because she was the mother. And how could you bring this monster, this beast, this thing around your children? But I was hurt, and I didn't, own up to it. I wasn't honest enough to say I was hurt and walk away from that woman and those children when I knew, when it hit me that this is what I'm bringing into this woman's life. I should have left, but she was the bag. Why would I leave? What I'll do is I'll
listen,
do what I
wait a minute. Let me stop you. Ladies, are you listening to this? Listen loud and listen to what he is saying. Mm-hmm. He didn't want to leave because this woman was taking care of him.
Mm-hmm.
She was the bag. I mean, I want y'all to understand something.
They're too busy arguing in the comment section.
Huh? What happened? What I missed?
I said a lot of these women are too busy arguing in the comment section. You're missing a lot of this.
You need to be listening.
Who's arguing in the comment section?
Y'all arguing, and I'm here telling
you. No, wait.
You have women in the box.
Pause. Wait a second. Because I'm reading the comment section, and I'm trying to figure out who's arguing in the comment section.
I'm not going to call out people from arguing, but I think we should focus more on the messaging. I'm not doing this.
But that's the point. There is no one arguing in the comment section. So I was just curious as to why you said that.
Yeah, I'm like.
They were arguing in the comment section.
Well, listen, I want this. This is what I want you ladies to understand, okay? It was important to me, even after I realized that I was starting to bring chaos and foolishness into a house that had peace somewhat. And we know that we hear on this app dudes talking about be my peace, when all we doing is bringing chaos, right? I need y'all to understand something. She was an amazing wife and mother. But when I realized that I was not prepared for that level of relationship, I should have left. When I realized that her peaceful environment was now full of chaos and I was the chaos, I should have left. But I was too selfish to do that because I did not want to lose the bag. She was the bag. She was everything. Everything you hear these dudes arguing about in these different lives and saying they want this and they want that, she was that. You name it, I could get it. It didn't matter because she wanted me. But what she wanted was what she thought I could give her, which was love and affection and protection and all this stuff that you hear guys talk about. And all I did was bring chaos. She lost her kids for 2 years because I was too selfish to walk away, knowing that I was the problem. And I was too selfish to walk away. What am I going to be if I lose her? So I did what I could do at the time to keep people from seeing or hearing. It's just that was the mind of an abuser. And now I look on that and it makes my stomach turn. There are days that I dry heave, I gag when I think about where I was. It's like I can't see how can I say this? I can't see how I speak and Gentry and all the rest of these dudes on this app. I can't see how they can look in the camera and look in your face knowing they big piles of shit. I can't see how they do it. There are nights, I swear to God, there's nights I can't even get 3 hours sleep. I go to sleep at 4. I went to sleep at 4 o'clock in the morning last night. I took ibuprofen PM. I took 4 of them to try and get to sleep. And that's after taking an ibuprofen 800 4 hours earlier. So I took one at about 9 o'clock in the morning. Then about 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning, I took 4 ibuprofen TMs just to get to sleep. And then last time I looked at the clock, it was like 4:15. I woke up this morning at 8:30. I couldn't sleep, and I haven't been back to sleep. I can't sleep. It's like, you want to know what it's like, Ray?
Yes.
I drink. I drink. I drink so much. It doesn't go. I woke up this morning, 8:30. Couldn't go back to sleep. I lay in the bed until about 10 or so. I got up, and yeah, I'm doing some therapy, sobe, music. I'm doing some therapy, but I got up this morning. I finally got out of bed about 10 something. Went to the bathroom, and I went and got the blood pressure monitor. 10 minutes after I got up, know what my blood pressure was? 10 minutes out of getting out of bed. 193/112. For those of you who know, 193/112. I work out. I go to the gym. I work out at home. I got dumbbells and kettlebells. I can't sleep. The alcohol don't help. The ibuprofen don't help. It's days. I can't even look at those pictures. I can't look at those pictures. I cannot. And I got them. I've had them. They gave them to me in my court papers. They're right there under the bed. I can't look at them.
Thank you.
I haven't looked at those pictures since Voodoo Bay put that video out. The family hadn't seen those pictures. Some of the family hadn't seen those pictures in 4 years. And she put those pictures out for some likes and some views and traumatized the whole family all over again.
May I say something real quick?
Yeah.
I just because I'm reading the comments and this is not toward anybody in particular. When I speak, I normally speak on us as a society, which is why I use the word we a lot. We and us. And I think sometimes we as society, especially when it comes to forgiving and allowing people to have a second chance. I think that we forget that change takes time. And I think that some people expect you to come back and be like, I am all the way healed. I am, I'm perfectly operating in the energy that I want to operate in. I'm perfectly being the person that I want to be. And I think some people are taken aback by the fact that you're not that person yet. You're not that person yet. You're not pretending to be that person yet. You are being absolutely candid with the fact that you are a work in progress.
Very much so.
There is shit that you still cannot even come to terms with yourself. So if you're first of all, if you're drinking to kind of run away from your problems, then, and you're telling us this, right? You're telling us this is how you cope. When you recognize,
I told Blazee I was gonna keep it 100. So
right, you recognize that you are not healed. First of all, if you're not able to forgive yourself, you're not healed from that situation, right? Because forgiveness is for self. It doesn't matter if you're forgiving yourself or somebody else. Forgiveness is for self. So if you're not able to forgive yourself, you haven't healed from this. So it's not like you're up here saying, I'm the perfect example for, how to heal from being an abuser. No, you're literally telling us I'm a work in progress. I'm trying to heal from being an abuser. And I think that we need to understand that more. You're not even if you were healed, you still wouldn't be perfect. Absolutely. You still would have to work at not being that abuser. It's just like any other addiction.
Absolutely.
That inkling is always going to be there. What determines your character is how you handle that. Do you bask in that energy, or do you fight to be a better person every day that you wake up? And you're going to make mishaps. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to get up and drink yourself to death some days. But at least you recognize that even that's not healthy. So I understand that I'm still coping with, I'm still trying to deal with that abuser within, because you're abusing yourself now. So you know you're not healed.
How about
so we know you're not healed.
Wow.
So give this man a chance. Give this man an opportunity to be better. I can't see how we can sit in this vulnerability and still have so much judgment. It's beyond me, because ain't now one of us know better than him for real. Honestly, we're not. Honestly, we're not. We're all capable of doing fucked up shit, and we all have done fucked up shit. The difference between him and us is most of our shit ain't plastered all over the internet. And even if it is, maybe it's different. Maybe it's something you can heal from quicker. So but you're still human just like him. He's still human just like you. And we all got shit we got to heal from. We all got shit we got to better from. And all of us deserve that opportunity if that's really what we're trying to do. Only time will tell. Let time tell what this man is really trying to do. But to stand in that judgment right now, I just feel like as a society, that's something that we need to work on. Pointing that finger at other people, forgetting to stand in the mirror.
I don't think it either.
It's a
Can somebody drop real quick so Sobe can come up?
I'll drop because I got people telling me to check my inbox. I'll drop.
Look, police.
It was nice talking to y'all tonight. I'll be in the comment section. I'm sorry.
I really respect you, and your voice is needed because other women and other abusers see that you are a woman who will speak out. So don't you ever stop speaking. Whether they listen or not, it's not the point. You keep talking. You keep talking.
Because I said this before.
If they don't want to hear it, you keep talking.
I said this before. Even the victims and the accused and the accuser, they all deserve a fair chance to tell their story. Because if you weren't there, if you were not there, none of us have the right to say what did and did not happen. So the accused and the accuser has a right. They deserve that respect to speak their truth. Now, where you go from there is on you. But everybody should have the respect of telling their truth. Point blank, period. So I enjoyed this conversation. I will be in the comment section.
All right.
but I'm gonna enjoy it from the comment section and spend a little downtime with hubby, y'all.
All right.
Say
Respect
good
and love,
night, but I'm
man.
not going to sleep. I'm gonna be in the comment section.
I love
Respect
you,
and love.
Palesa.
I love y'all. I love us. I love us so much. I really appreciate this conversation tonight.
Thanks for coming up, sis. Appreciate it.
Thank y'all
This
for facilitating
conversation,
this, bro.
I'm glad we put this together, Blaze. Butter. This is a conversation we don't have a lot. It's very rare that abusers come in contact with the abused, especially, to be able to take off on one or listen to one or say something to one. Part of the reason I agreed to do this is because I have the utmost respect for Butter. Trigger warning. Yeah, I have the utmost respect for her. I know she went through something too. But this is what we need to hear. We need to hear this. And I think
I can't hear you.
I don't know who that is, but this is a conversation that needs. Now, somebody was calling, but this is a conversation that needs to be had. The abused and the abuser. We need to have this conversation. This is something that this occasion that the ladies need to hear. We need it. You need to hear what I was thinking. You need to hear my mindset. You need to hear it. This is a hard conversation. It's a triggering conversation. People are going to go to Dookie Bay's page and watch that video. I'll never stop answering for it. And I probably won't stop answering your questions. If there's a question I don't want to answer, I'm not going to lie to you. I just won't say nothing.
Can somebody unblock Shirley?
I'll just respectfully decline. So, Mr. Sobe Music, what's up? What's your question?
Thank you, Ms. Torres.
What's going on?
Ryan, I saw a comment. I'm going to ask, I think it's, what's the name question? She said, was there essay involved?
Thank you, Ms. Torres.
Ms. Butter, my page?
This page?
Yeah, this page.
Okay, what was it, Sobe?
Someone in the comments said, was there essay involved with the kids?
No.
There you go. But no, I came up because I woke up late because I wanted to be here. I even missed class and everything, and I wanted to be here from the beginning. But I was here last time when you did the live with Butter. And
right.
So I wanted to be here, but it's like, I caught the tail end of it, and I caught lives of people discussing it. And I mean, it's just, like Palesa just said, right? I can see that you are here trying to work through it. And, when I said drinking is not going to change it or help it or whatever, and that you need therapy, I didn't know if you had been going to therapy or whatever. But I mean, my thing is, I don't have to forgive you or like you for what you did. But as somebody in society, people need to understand that if you keep reliving the trauma yourself that you didn't go through, how are these people to rehabilitate if you are not willing to give them their chances? You all get on this app, right? And a lot of you fight for black men rights and all these things, right? But think about the black men who go to jail. When they come back out, how are they supposed to be given chances if you're not willing to see the change in them and grow? Why do you think they return to doing what they did before if you all keep holding on to this judgment and this hatred? People don't give them second chances.
Not at all.
So what is the purpose of this? Like, if you're not willing to give people second chances and hope that they can be better because you're holding on to the trauma, then what is the purpose of jail? Then we don't need it. Let them be free then. So
He's right.
That was my statement, and it's like I get it. Like I'm mad that you did what you did. I'm mad, but I can't change that. It happened. So how can I help you how can I be a person in society to help foster change and prevention? How can I help that if I'm still gonna be mad at you for doing what you did? How can we prevent it from happening to others? You know what he's doing? Sharing his story. That's gonna help.
That part. You know what will help?
The man is not on here asking none of y'all to like him or forgive him. He's simply sharing his story, his mindset. And y'all want to.
I can
answer that question. Go ahead, Blaze.
I will say this. It's not for this live was never for y'all to dislike, or this is to make you aware and give this man to speak the side of his story that y'all never pretty much heard, because a lot of things that were said tonight I didn't even know. So I mean, I appreciate you for standing in your accountability, because we don't see that a lot on this app, especially with the things that you have went through and done in your life, man. I appreciate it. So I don't know what else to say. If you all are offended, I do apologize for anybody that was triggered. But I mean, this is what we need to see more of. I see a man that come home from jail, a red beard felon come home from jail, and the first thing he do is back to business as usual. But y'all want to show him all the grace in the world.
Yeah, I spent 5 years with business as usual. I said earlier that, there were some guys that had, 20-year sentence that had done 15 years, still had 3 because they were going to let them out at 18 years, ready to go back and do something to the people who told on them that sent them to prison. When the reason they testified against you is because you burned their house down with them in it. That's why they testified. You shot up the joint. You did this. You did that. Why you mad at them? You've been sitting in the joint 12, 15 years, and you still mad? Business as usual. I can't wait to get out and do so and so and this and that. And
So I want to ask, do you still feel like he should still be in jail?
I got a question.
Absolutely not. They could have let me go the next day. Oh boy,
what was the question?
Do I feel like I should still be in jail? Absolutely not. When you,
I got a question.
I can't speak for anybody else. Yeah, I can't speak for nobody else, but they could have let me out the next day, because when that 8 foot by 8 foot by 9 foot cell, when that door closed, and it's 2 men in a room the size of a bathroom, yeah, they could have let me go the next day. I won't do it. I won't do it no more. I swear. I go to church every Monday, Wednesday, and Sunday. They could have let me go the next day, but they didn't.
I wanted to say something to this comment that was.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure. Let me just reply to this real quick. Okay. So somebody, I guess they got muted. They said that T. Nathan leave footprints on the child's back. You know what T. Nathan did? He stole the identities of homeless people. Stole money from his own community. No crime. I mean, at this point, I'm not trying to measure up crimes, but this man came home and changed his life. T. Nathan's still doing the same damn thing. So he gets no grace from me.
Yeah.
Right.
I agree.
We ain't giving no passes because somebody which I think is worse than we ain't doing that.
No, nobody agrees. Nobody's condoning my actions. I mean, right. I can't even look at those pictures, man. And I'm the reason you see those pictures. I'm the guy who caused that. I can't look at them. I can't.
I want to reply to this. To what? Okay, so You want us to watch the video? It's like we didn't see this stuff already
As
on
if we
the
didn't
app,
see it
right?
already.
But this man
I'm
is
sorry.
standing in his accountability. He's not running away from it. He said what he did, right? He can't even forgive himself. So what do I need to go back and watch the video and listen to his wife for? I know the story. Come on, man.
So this question is not directed towards Silverback. It's for y'all, and it's a question that the people want to know. And I'm piggybacking off of what Sobe said, as far as in, he's coming up here, he's being accountable, and the people that's just automatically like F him or whatever, give him a chance, right? Because people change, and you at least got to give a person a chance to change, right? So my question, and it's a question that people want me to ask, because that's what I do. I ask questions, logical questions that some people don't want to ask. But does that also go for rapists and child molesters?
I can't say I'm gonna say I'm gonna have.
I can answer that. First and
All right.
foremost, child abuse. I mean, what he did. No one's making excuses for that. But a rapist, y'all really trying to compare? That's what y'all are doing,
I'm
comparing.
not comparing. What I'm saying is, I'm not comparing. But what I'm saying is, a lot of people believe then when you commit these types of things against children and old people, it's almost like you want to say, because maybe some of it is personal experience or whatever, you want to say one, and I will agree that one is worse, you know what I'm saying? But we're talking about an extreme case to where, you know what I'm saying? Let's just keep this shit real.
I'm
It's a
keeping it
little
real. I'm
extreme
keeping it
case.
real.
And I'm
I'm keeping
saying,
it real, and it's not
y'all say
comparable.
that, what I'm saying is, y'all would say that, or some would say that a child molester, right? What you're saying is a person that put footprints, I'm just keep real, on somebody's back or whatever. You're saying, okay, he can change, and I'm not denying it. I'm not denying that he can change or none of that. But why? So somebody that touched the kid, though, they cannot change, though they deserve a bullet in the head. But like, it's a kid, right? It's still very, very, very bad. Like, I'm not comparing the two, but what I'm saying, it's almost like y'all trying to say one is so much better than the other. That's all I'm saying. I'm just asking. I'm asking a
I
direct
don't even.
question.
I
So, in
can't
Does
say
my
I
it
see
opinion,
that.
go
May
for
I
child
in my
interject?
molesters
May
opinion,
I
and
interject
rapists?
for a second?
in my opinion,
May I interject for a second as a person who was abused as a child, right? A person who was sexually abused and physically abused. I had one parent that was fucking raping me, and I had another parent that was hitting me with anything she could get in her hand. One is worse than the other. Hold on, I just,
No, I want to hear what
because
I
I'm
want
gonna
to
be
hear.
honest, I am very triggered at this moment because for one, I don't think it's, and this is just me in my opinion as a victim. I don't think it's fair if you ask, okay, so the question was asked, was there sexual assault involved? He said no. He said no. I don't think it's fair to keep pressing to involve sexual assault in this issue, because a sexual abuser and a domestic abuser, although they are both very heinous people, I am not excusing what he did. I'm not even saying that. I'm not even really saying that one is necessarily worse than the other when it comes to the abuser. But the abused, it is different for it. It is a different type of abuse. It is a different type of pain. It is a different type of humiliation. It is a different type of trauma. It is. Sexual assault and domestic assault is two different types of assault. And though they may cause some of the same symptoms, those emotions are not the same. And I think that both people if they are willing to check the oppressor within, are capable of changing. Those that deserve a bullet to the dome are those that don't want to stand in their accountability, because I have seen a sexual abuser change. And I mean really change, not just put on. This is way before the internet. This is way before trending shit happens. This was a man that stood in his accountability. And I'm talking about my own father. This is a man that lived the last decade of his life trying to make amends with his children, especially me, the one that he sexually abused. They can change, but you have to check that oppressor within. But it is on the abused end. I can't speak for the abuser, but on the abused end, it is a very different type of abuse. It is very different. Very different.
I appreciate that, sis. I couldn't have said it better myself.
And speaking from an abuser standpoint, it's a mindset. You know, it's an egotistical mindset. It's a narcissistic mindset. It's a self-important mindset. The only thing that matters is what matters to you. Doesn't matter what they want. Doesn't matter what she wants. Doesn't matter what anybody say. That's all that matters. You know, again, just imagine if when those around me said, get therapy, long before I even met her and her children, if I had just gotten the therapy, the counseling, just to deal with what I was going through based on my own life and my own upbringing. Just imagine. So it was a total mindset. You know, the hard part is knowing that
he didn't get reported, did he?
Reported. Can I just say this as a reminder of what I've been saying for a very long time? I think another thing that we need to remember is that the predator was once the prey.
Did they report him?
The abused and the abuser walk a thin line from being the same person. I just want y'all to remember that. Just as much as we sit back and we place judgment on the abuser to go and get mental help and go and get therapy, a lot of the abusers were once the abused that didn't get help, that had no help, that had nobody to believe in them. We create these type of monsters when we fail to protect them when they're victims. Damn near every story that you hear of domestic violence or sexual assault starts with that predator, with that abuser being abused first. It's a cycle, y'all. And work needs to be done on every spectrum of this. And if all we gonna do is sit back and place judgment on those that are trying to that is what is irking me tonight, is that y'all can get on this app and praise people that are blatantly abusive in your face. But those that get on here and admit that, hey, I am an abuser and I am trying to change, it's like y'all don't want them to change. It's like you don't even want them to want to change. Like you want them to stay the same so you can continue to pass judgment on them. This can't be easy I don't know. I say it a lot. Like maybe I'm just too different from the rest of this fucking world, but I can't do the work that I do and not give people like this the opportunity to change. Like, again, I can't say that this man is genuine. I can't say that he's going to change. But what I can say is that what he's doing by allowing himself to be vulnerable, allowing himself, like, this is what y'all want, right? Y'all want people to sit in that chair and be able to be asked questions, be able to be vulnerable, be able to be honest. But then that ain't enough for you. To me, that is a sign that y'all are hurt people that just want somebody to stay hurt so that they can continue to hurt people. So you can continue to pass judgment on them while just completely ignoring the hurt that you're causing as a hurt person. At least this man recognizes that he is a hurt person that has hurt people and he doesn't want to be that anymore.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, baby.
All of y'all coming over here from Patrick's page and trying to report, you all are actively sitting in a live with a man who was also convicted of child abuse and child neglect. And y'all are over here talking about once an abuser, always an abuser. Why do you think Patrick used to drink every day? Do you think he was a drunk every day because he's not dealing with those demons?
How
Are y'all
about that?
stupid? Are y'all dumb?
Exactly.
He
Y'all
was
coming over here
convicted of
for an
child
abuser.
abuse and neglect.
You're coming over here for an abuser that won't even admit that he's an abuser. That's the thing. This man won't even admit that he's an abuser. And it's on paper, right? It's on paper. And he won't even
Facts. It's
admit
on
he's an
paper.
abuser. He is
He's a
still making
convicted child
excuses for
abuse.
being an abuser. And y'all are over
He
here
was
reporting somebody.
convicted of child abuse.
And you're over here reporting somebody that is admitting and standing in their accountability. How backward are we as a
Right.
society?
And once
That
an
this is
abuser,
what y'all
always an
find
abuser.
logical.
So Patrick is convicted of abuse. So once an abuser, always an abuser, right? So why are you over here then? Why are you supporting Patrick? He was convicted. Look it up yourself. Convicted child abuser.
He can say it all he wants, but if he was convicted, and that's the thing. Why would he deny it if he's been convicted?
Now Voodoo Bay is on Patrick's live.
Of course he is.
Because you don't want them secrets out. It's too late now. It's going to be on repeat now.
I mean, the fact is, Voodoo Bay, you picked the man up from jail, right? You dated him. You wanted him. So what do you got to say for yourself?
Newest story.
Knowing that he was a child abuser, you invited him into your home. Don't you have children? You invited this man into your home, knowing what he did.
Not only her, consciously as well. They all knew.
And
It's too late.
listening to this man's story, because I've been here the whole time. I've been working today, but I've been here the whole time. Listening to this man's story, it seemed like to me a ding, ding, ding went off in Voodoo Bay's head when he told her what he was in jail for, what he was in prison for. This was her come up. He was her come up. She exploited not only him, but his victims
children.
to come up. To come up. Because at the end of the day, it's just like, man, y'all are fucking sick.
Police,
and y'all over there supporting the child abuser. Their lies
this
about
dialogue with somebody, and I was like,
and Patrick.
It's almost like she's worse than him. To
Right,
me.
she
Because
is.
it's like you I can't even.
Yeah, she exploited his story.
She is worse than him. She is worse than him. She is. Because for one, okay, this man did his time. And though y'all feel entitled to his story, none of us are entitled to this man's life story. He did his time. What was the reason, Voodoo Bay? What was the reason? My thing is, if this man has done his time, y'all obviously believe in the jail system, right? Didn't y'all tell me to call the police on I Speak? This is what y'all said, right? We got a justice system for a reason. So if you believed in the justice system enough to be writing this man in jail and being interested in him in jail, why didn't you give him the opportunity to be a different man? Why did you have to out his situation? Why? What was the point, Voodoo Bay? What was your goal? What was your purpose? And not only exposing him, but exploiting his ex-wife and their children. Because why? Why would you put that out there? You don't think them kids done been through enough? You don't think his ex-wife has been through enough? It ain't about them though, right? It was never about them. It was about you, Voodoo Bay. What you could accomplish off of out in that story.
And you talking about Patrick. Patrick's still lying about his child abuse charges. We see his child abuse charges and he denies them. Just like King do. So they ain't on the
Yes,
same
we
level
shit
as
on
Mr.
Patrick because
Silverback.
Patrick is not standing in accountability.
Patrick Genty is a child abuser and a woman beater. Y'all want to
And
look past
Jonty,
it.
damn, I don't even like calling him Patrick, but he is not standing in accountability. He is still sitting up there denying the shit. At least this man is admitting to it.
Miss Buddy,
Child
Pinup
neglect.
wants to be
You
a
want
mod.
to
Sorry.
play semantics.
I'm not on the wrong page.
Child neglect is child abuse.
It sure is.
Stop trying to play semantics.
I
He
Child
don't know
left
why
his
neglect
y'all
is
think
children with
child
emotional
abuse.
strangers off
abuse
of
is
Facebook. That's
emotional
what he
neglect
did.
is not abuse. Neglect is abuse, baby. Neglect is abuse.
You
Trust
know
me.
what? You know what they're
It's
trying to do,
abuse.
Polisa? They're trying to make it seem like, well, he only neglected. Like it's not that bad. Like you're trying to play
All
which
abuse
one's
is
worse than
bad.
the other. All abuse
All
is
abuse is
bad.
bad. There's different levels to it, but it's all bad. I don't give a fuck what you say. It's all very detrimental to the development of a child. You neglect a child. That is fucking detrimental. You abuse a child. That is detrimental. You abuse a child in a sexual manner. It's detrimental. You abuse a child in an emotional manner. It's detrimental. Physical manner is detrimental. Any way, in any way, form, or fashion where you abuse a child, I don't care if it's physical, I don't care if it's mental, I don't care if it's sexual, even religiously and spiritually, it's wrong. It's wrong. It's all fucking wrong.
What happened to No Cry Zone?
Yeah, murder is bad too. Tell me about it. Since y'all want to trigger me, but it don't work.
First of all, I'm gonna need them to
How do you know
understand what
about
the fucking
Silverback?
definition of murder is.
Oh. My bad.
Murder is to intentionally and maliciously kill someone.
Right. Dummies, like, come on now. It's like, don't trigger me because you know what?
Vehicular homicide and murder is two different fucking things.
And here's the thing, and it wasn't a vehicle homicide, but I'm not sharing no stories with them or giving them no answers because I don't need to. The difference between me and y'all is like, guess what? Patrick abused his children, right? I committed an accident happened. I went to jail.
I'm gonna drop down, okay? I'm gonna drop down.
The obsession with Jonty when nobody was talking about Jonty until he sent y'all dummies over here.
I've since then done the work. And I've forgiven myself, and I'm still doing the work. So I don't care what y'all got to say. Your words don't faze me. And I didn't kill anyone. See, that's your point. The point is you're trying to trigger me. I didn't kill anyone.
You're
so
mad.
You can take your monkey ass back on over to Patrick's Live. You a whole bozo.
Mine too, but it's not letting me do anything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's going on. It's not letting me do nothing unless I'm going to the
Don't
wrong
let them
spot.
write that type of stuff in the comments because it'll get banned. That's why I'm muting them.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. It's because they can get the live taken down. His name is not a dead name. His name is Patrick. I don't care. Respectfully.
Okay, can I answer this as a parent, as a person that was abused as a child? This question: if your child was abused that bad, would you be okay with people platforming the dude that did it? Let me tell you how okay I would be with it, right? I am so okay with the accused having a voice, right? That I went to the person that sexually abused me and I offered that we tell our story together. That creator's name is I Speak 1906, right? I offered him the chance to let's tell this story together because me as your victim, I'm trying to forgive you. I'm trying to, especially since you're telling me that you want to stand in your accountability and what you did was not intentional. I'm coming to you as your victim. And not her who, because this was a man talking that was blocked out of here. This was his story. The person's story tonight was that of the accused, the abuser. And you ask, I don't know who you were asking. I'm the only her up here besides Butterlove. So who are you asking? Because I think the accused and the accuser should have the respect of telling their stories respectfully. Especially if the accused is trying to stand in their accountability. So when I thought that the person that sexually assaulted me was trying to stand in their accountability, I was all for telling the story together. I was all for standing on a platform together to tell this story. Because like I said, work needs to be done on both ends. Because the abuser, the predator was usually the prey first.
Just so y'all know, the Fold is also reporting, just so you know, because I've seen some of their pages already in here.
Homicide and murder is not the same thing, dumbass.
They don't know how to read, so don't even, just block them. Don't engage in that. Like, I mean, I'm unbothered, so it don't matter to me.
I don't see Silverbakk on the block list. Somebody must have already removed him.
He's back in the he's on the panel.
He's back in the box already, Blaze.
Yeah, I'm back.
My bad. I'm late. My bad.
Sorry. I mean, I knew this was going to be triggering, you know. I knew people was going to go back and see the video. I knew what I was up against. You know, I knew what was coming. But again, this is one of them times you ask for men to be upfront. You want us to be open and honest. You want us to tell you the truth. And now you can't take it. Be careful what you ask for. You just might get it. You want to see a man be accountable and stand up and say, this is who I was, this is what I did. Yeah, go over there and look at the pictures and then come back. And I'll tell you what the mindset was. I'll tell you how I tried to keep that voice down. And you can't take it.
That's not what they want you to do. That's not what they want you to do. They would rather you sit here and deny, because this is the thing. Here's the problem. Here's the problem with us accepting change, right?
Right.
We know how hard it is to change because change starts within.
That part.
So the fact that most of us don't actually have the ability, not even the ability, we don't have the determination to change, right? We'd rather everybody around us stay the same so that we can stay the same. We can be in ignorant fucking bliss, stay complacent in our fuckery. So people would rather you get on here and deny that you did this shit. They would rather you get on here and be defensive, because then it allows them to do the same fucking thing. People don't want you to change. They want you to stay the same so that they can stay the same. And that's fucked up because that is selfish fucking behavior.
So it's easy if I'm just like them.
Absolutely. Look at how they treat the people. Look at how they treat the people that don't want to stand in their accountability. Look at them. They are literally over here going at you in the name of a person who is also a child abuser, a convicted child abuser.
That part.
Who is not admitting that he's a child abuser, even though it's on paper. And what they say earlier, papers don't lie. I said, but that's not true though, because if men lie and women lie, papers got to lie because they don't write themselves.
That part.
Okay?
Good point.
So my thing is this. How in the hell do y'all call yourself logical beings if you're over here heckling a man for child abuse in the name of a man who is convicted of child abuse as well, who won't even admit that he's done that? That's proof that y'all don't want people to change. Y'all want people to stay the same so that y'all asses can stay the same. You fucked up individuals.
You know what trips me out? I heard Patrick Genty one day on a live. And he made a video about it, bragging about pocketing, 15 grand in 1 month from grifting. Isn't that what y'all call it now, grifting? Man was bragging about people sending him 15 bands worth of money. Now, I've been seeking counseling. I've been talking to a mental health practitioner. She was on the live earlier before she had to go to bed. Well, LA sent me $15,000 to get the help that I need, that I actually went looking for. I could use $15,000. Oh, and just for the record, Sobe, Dookie Bay didn't pick me up from prison. Somebody else picked me up from prison, and we were not in a relationship. But yeah, she did take me to her house. Hey, Dookie Bay, I know you watching. What, you thought I wasn't gonna never say nothing? What, are you kidding? Don't you know if you on this side, the other person is on that side? Would you like me to start talking about your relationships? Would you? Would you like me to start talking about your true feelings toward what you call the alphabet community and why you took all that off of your so-called platforms, your that you have to protect your brand? Would you really like me to tell the people how you really feel about Black women? But you thought I forgot about that conversation? Watch.
I wouldn't even entertain it because
that's what I'm saying.
Then it's gonna look like you just going after Voodoo Bay because fuck Voodoo Bay. Fuck
That's
Voodoo
why
Bay.
I haven't said it.
Fuck
I swear to God, she's right on point. That's why I haven't said anything in a year. If I had done this a year ago, when I first found out her real name and her real motive, and No Cry Zone said it, a few weeks later, she had 50,000 more followers. If I had done this a year ago, when I first found this out, it would have been full of vitriol. I said it earlier, the live would have been banned in 3 minutes. But I chose not to do that. I spent over a year talking to some really good people. Butter Love is one of them. And, Kay Shep, mental health practitioner. I took some time to talk to some people to make sure I understood who I was and why I was like that. I mean, I got 2 years of paperwork from the chaplain. We did a whole study on why that group of men that he chose, it was 50 of us, why we were in prison and why we were the way we were. I do feel bad because she did in the end, and I didn't pick up on it, but in the end, she did use me and my soon-to-be ex-wife and my stepchildren to boost her brand and her platform. And the shit worked. For a while, it worked.
Can y'all let Chaperone Drama in? As long as she's not doing anything, y'all can let her in.
But she spent 4 or 5 months, really getting on me about being toxic and trying to go back home and fix that situation. And how much the trauma was going to hurt the family if I tried to go back home, after not having counseling and therapy. Only to come back and traumatize both sides of the family for some clicks and views.
Pause real quick, Silverback. I don't understand, Patrick, why are you even watching this live and reporting it when the man is not talking about you? Why is this so important for him sharing his story to you?
Because the people over there don't want to see real. This is the thing. These people are specifically on this app to stump growth in the Black community. So of course they do not want to let a positive live like this continue to go because they're too afraid that somebody will wake up and learn something. They need people to stay ignorant. They know exactly what the fuck they doing. They need people to stay ignorant. And whether you forgive this man or not, whether you like this man or not, because I'm going to be honest with y'all. It's not for me to forgive or not forgive. I'm not his victim. He's not for me to like or dislike. I don't fucking know him. What I do know is that he is telling us what he did, and what it was fucking horrendous. Right?
It was.
But he still deserves the respect to tell his truth and open eyes to other victims and other abusers.
Absolutely.
And that's what they don't want to happen. They want people to stay ignorant so they can keep manipulating the Black community. They can keep exploiting the Black community. They can keep victimizing the Black community, because you can't victimize a people that isn't ignorant to your bullshit. Because when they're no longer ignorant, they fight the fuck back.
They're going to report Butter live. They're reporting Butter live. They just dropped it in the comments of his live.
Tell me how fucked up that is to even want to come over here and report this type of live.
But this is what it looks like when they want to. What did I say earlier about narcissists? What we do is we try to yell as loud as we can to take the focus off of what it is we are actually doing. And that's what they're doing now. They're reporting this live because this truth hurts. This truth shines a spotlight. I mean, I've moved from doing it to calling it out. I mean, we had a whole football player go to prison for hurting animals. And he got out and talked down on hurting animals, and still does to this day. I went to prison for my actions. My soon-to-be ex-wife lost her children for almost 2 years. And because I can't contact them legally, I can't contact. I've had no contact with them. I don't know how they're healing. I don't. And nobody is excusing my behavior, Saucy. Nobody's agreeing with my behavior. Nobody is condoning anything or patting me on the back. I'm not looking for any likes and no love for coming forward.
Creed wants to know, you never finished saying why you don't think he should have been in jail. She wants to know why you think he shouldn't have went to jail.
Any longer? Because she wanted to know if I thought I should still be in jail. No. It's one thing if they had offered any kind of counseling, any kind of therapy, I would have said probably. But they were promoting the time. They made $250,000 off of me while I was in prison. They promoted the time, and then when you get out, we want you to go over there to the county and let them give you convicted felon inmate portion. I'm sorry about that. My phone was ringing. I'm sorry.
Well, she was saying the comment how you said that you don't think they could have let you out the next day.
Oh yeah, they could have let me out the next day. Because once that 110-pound door closes, I mean, I can't speak for other guys who went to prison. You know, I met guys who were in their early 40s who have been in prison 8, 9, 10, 11 times. You know, 2 years here, 5 years here, a year there, half a year there. When they closed that door behind me, it got real. It got real. It wasn't no game. And that's not the humiliation, the degradation. They stripped your manhood from you. Your manhood is laying in a pile of clothes, watching you bend over while another man looks up your butt. They could have let me go home the next day.
Can I say something real quick? Again, I think we have to listen to what is being said. And we have to understand the words that are being said. This man didn't say they should have let him out the next day. He said they could have let him out the next day, meaning it only took him that very first day to realize I done fucked up to the point I ain't got no choice. I need to change. I don't think he's saying they should have let him out the next day, because I think he knows that the next day would not have helped him.
No.
But what he's saying is that first day triggered him enough to know that this day forward, I got to do something different. I might be wrong, but that's how I read it. That's how I read it, being that he said could, not should.
And I said it exactly the way I meant it. And you're absolutely right. You know, legally, it was the state that decided how much time I should do, right? They decided that. The reason it went on so long is because they had taken my stepchildren from their mother, and they were in the foster system. I had a white guy that did the same exact thing. His wife never lost her children, and he went right back home. But me, they took my wife's children, and I can't go home. I can't, as a married man, I can't be with my wife. That's one thing. The other thing, when the state decided you're going to do 6 of the 9 years, I thought my life was over. You don't, that whole thing of you do the crime, do the time, that shit sound good until that 110-pound door closed behind you. Once it closed behind you, yeah, your whole vibe switch up. All of it. Everything you thought you was, yeah, all that shit is laying in a pile on the floor. All that manhood, all that tough guy, all that narcissistic, yeah, all that shit is laying in a pile on the floor. Because if the officers don't take it from you, best believe the other prisoners gonna take it from you. Yeah, they're gonna strip all that.
Can I speak to the victims? Oh, go ahead. Don't pass on. Go ahead.
So I'm just so I'm listening, and I think yeah, they got it a little mixed up as far as, you saying, you realized that first day that you got to jail that you had, what you did. So, but as opposed to, and I'm not saying like how you should answer, I feel like you keeping it as real as you can. But it's like, I think people looking at it like, as opposed to somebody saying, I got locked up, and you know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna keep it real. You coming off as, or you saying, I ain't gonna say you coming off as, because I think you the type of person that say what the fuck you mean. But I'm taking it as like, I did 6 years. It was hard on me. It was this, it was that, or whatever, instead of like, okay, hell, I thank God, you know what I'm saying, that I was able to get out, you know what I'm saying, that I only did them 6 years, that, you know what I'm saying, I can get out and reflect or whatever, but it's just like, it was wrong for me to even be there for them 6 years. That's, I think, how a lot of people taking it, but you can tell me if I'm wrong.
For you to ask me to tell you if you're wrong, you already know you're wrong. Look, this is a 25-year sentence. I won't be done with this until I'm 76. I didn't say this ain't no joke. It's real life. This is my life. This ain't no game. And I'm not making light of, I only did 5 years. You only did 5 before? You or anybody. Okay then. So you've never abused anybody. I'm talking to you as an abuser who abused and went to prison for it and came home, and I have to live in that truth. That is my truth. I can't say what my stepchildren and my soon-to-be ex-wife is going through. I don't know. They won't let me have any contact with them. But this happened in 2016. So it's been 7 years that we've been dealing with this. And to have everything come back out, 5 years after it happened, after 4 years of not seeing those pictures and not having dealt with that because the court system was over, the court days was over, to have to deal with that again, it just opened up old wounds again. No, I didn't abuse my wife, but this isn't me looking for pats on the back or looking for I'm not looking for anybody to support me here. I did this because I agree with Blazee that it's time to spill the tea, to tell the truth. But I did it now because now I'm prepared to talk about it without being angry, without coming off as dismissive, without being in the mindset that I got to get back at Dookie Bay for doing this. I
think you're still angry, sir.
I could have done this months ago. I mean, but I'm only angry because of what the family
and I'm not saying that as an insult. I'm not saying that as an insult. I do think you're still, and maybe more of the anger is towards self, but I do think that you're still angry because I do still, and trust me, I am here trying to give you the opportunity to be, because like I said, I don't know you. I don't know if you really changed. I don't know if you just talking a good game in here, right? I do feel like there is a defensiveness to you tonight, but I can kind of understand it, right? But here's what I want to say to victims. I want them to understand that they have every right to feel the way that they feel.
Absolutely.
Me trying to be the medium here tonight is not me saying that we shouldn't feel the way that we feel about him. You have every right, especially, and I want to specifically talk to I Creep tonight because I know her story as far as being the daughter of a victim. And I know how close this is hitting her. I know how this is, I can imagine how this is hitting her tonight because I know her on a more personal level. I want you to understand that everything you're feeling, baby girl, is valid as fuck. It is valid. But I also want you to understand that there's two sides of this fence. There is the abused side and there is the abuser side. And both of them are ugly.
And
that's what we have to remember. Neither one of those sides are going to be pretty. Neither one of those sides are going to be untriggering. Neither one of those sides are going to go the way you want it to go. They're both going to be fucked up. They're both going to be fucked up. So I want you to understand that, baby girl, I understand what you are saying and you are valid in what you feel. I'm just trying to be a voice of understanding on both sides of the fence here because this is the work that I do. This is what I do in real life. These are the type of conversations I have in real life because I do believe that there is a possibility for change. I can't just speak for victims. I have to speak for both, especially if that abuser is trying to change. I have to advocate for both. I cannot preach what I preach and only advocate for one side, baby girl. So please understand me. I'm not dismissing either side of this. I am just as mad as everybody else. I am just as traumatized and triggered and this is fucked up. I feel the same things. But I also understand that if we don't give people the opportunity to change, I might as well throw away everything that I'm fucking doing.
Yeah, this has been like the toughest lies I have done. This has been a tough one.
So, Silverback, I'm just gonna let.
I appreciate you, Miss Butter.
Warrior. I'm gonna tell you that right now. That baby is a warrior, and this is why I hold her so dear to my heart, and I try so hard to be a good example for her because, I mean, I'm trying not to fucking cry right now because, like I said. Just know that baby girl ain't gonna be nothing to fuck with. She is going to be a leader. She is going to help change her generation. Her curiosity, her questions, her passion, her emotions, they're all fucking valid. And she needs this guidance. She needs to be in on these type of conversations. Because she
Yeah,
is going to lead a revolution. I know that in my heart.
So let me say this real quick, Silverback. If there is any anger still within you with the voodoo based situation, I'm just gonna let you know it's gonna get worse because she just got off the live, and she said she's talking to your ex wife and she's gonna bring her on the panel when they host it on Karen's
I'm not
live.
understanding what that. We already been through that. What is she
I
going to
mean,
tell you that she
they
hasn't
did that
already
already.
said?
I'm just letting him know that that's what she's gonna do. Like,
Okay, well, I'm happy for him. Let him. You know, you have to understand when you do or say something with someone or for someone or because of someone, that someone also has the other side of the story. You know, I don't badmouth my wife. She was a victim. Um, I don't badmouth victims. Right? I don't do that. This was about me answering a few questions because Akia Ma'at or Alicia Chef or is it Alicia Watt or Alicia Johnson, Alicia Marie, Alicia Jackson, Dookie Bay, whatever. This person used this to get back. I guess I don't know, but I can't speak for as to why she put it out like she didn't know. Of course she knew. I told her while I was in prison. Of course she knew. So why she made that whole video about being surprised when she got back from Africa, oh, that was a whole ass lie. She knew long before that. I had told her in what, June or July of 21, 4 or 5 months before I got out of prison. So she been knew. So I don't know why she's making everybody think that she didn't. But this happened in 2016, and I haven't badmouthed my wife because there's no reason to badmouth her. She was a victim. Those were her children. And I don't feel like there's anything I need to say against her other than I'm upset that she put my parents' address out there. Other than that, I got nothing else to say because I don't talk bad about victims. What I did want to do, though, I did want to come on and address address it from the mind of an abuser, because these are the kind of conversations we should have. And this, regardless of how y'all feel about it, this is what accountability looks like. Yeah, this is what I did. This was the mindset. This is where I was then. And this is where I'm at these days. It's a struggle to get over what I did. I don't know what my stepchildren and my soon-to-be ex-wife are going through. I have no idea. But I've never had any doubt all this time that Voodoo Bay always had her number. I don't. But I knew it. And in speaking with my counselor, with Kay Shep, I always knew that once I did pick a time and a date and a platform to talk, that she was going to contact Kim and try to do damage control. That's fine. You can do all the damage control you want. Nobody is condoning what I did. But this is me standing here telling you from the mind of an abuser, this is what it looks like. This is what it sounds like. And if you don't own it, it's going to consume you. Because trying to forgive myself is consuming me. It's consuming me in a number of ways. And it's been 7 years and I still haven't been able to forgive myself. So I can't speak for what's his face and Patrick sleep with anybody or beat anybody. I can't speak for none of these people. But what I can tell you and can show you is what it looks like. Now, I'm sorry triggered a lot of people.
Honestly,
I'm
I
sorry that
appreciate
this
it, and
is.
I've seen a lot of comments go up and down in the comment section speaking on how you helping people heal from their abusers. So I gotta say, there are people out here that appreciate. I don't care if it's just, and I will be happy.
Yeah, I mean, because
there are people.
we don't get to confront our abusers. You never see a brother step up and say, "This is what I am. This is who I am. This is what I did. I was this. I did this." And people never get their.
It's why I was so fucking fooled by. I couldn't even say I was fooled by I Speak, but I was taken aback.
Can I ask a question?
I have never confronted somebody and they said, yes, I did this. Yes, I did this. Yes, I did that. And on the phone, this nigga didn't deny shit. It wasn't until he got on this platform, on this app. I have never confronted somebody and they said, yes, I did it until I Speak.
Can I ask a question?
And I knew it. Go ahead, baby. I'm sorry.
And this is for everyone in the comments as well, too, right? What is a literal child abuser? Are they convicted of it? Does paperwork does convicted court documents prove that you're a literal child abuser?
Yeah, if you've been proven in a court of law, there's really no way around it.
So I bring that up because I Speak is over there talking about this man so is Patrick. So is Patrick. I Speak. You're a hypocrite. He was convicted in a court of law.
Yeah.
So you all are
Don't worry,
hypocrites.
I got a piece for it. Just make sure you screen record it.
Nah, it's all right. Let them talk. Because what you seeing, whether you like it or not, what you seeing is a grown man. That's what you seeing. I tried to do it a year and a half ago, and I've been quiet for a year and a half for a reason. I was too angry. I was too upset at the way somebody I thought was my friend who was going to help Kim and I and our children tell our story. I thought this person that I thought was my friend, I thought she was going to help us. She was going to use her platform to help us. And what she did was traumatized us all over again. I want you to understand when I say this is who I was and this is what I did. People don't get to confront their abusers. They don't get to confront an abuser. So if me being here helps somebody because you can say what you want to say and type out on the screen what you want to type out, if this gives you some closure, then good. That's what I'm here for. A year and a half ago, I left because I didn't want to go through that because I was still so hurt by the way she did it, by the way she put it out. But after talking with Kay for the longest, I've talked to Butter a couple of times, talked with some other people, talked with some young guys that live not too far from here, talked with the lieutenant of the gang unit. I've been able to see what that does to people, that mindset. I can't tell you how many guys I was locked up with that really had daddy issues. And that's why it didn't have anything to do with their mama. Mama might have said different stuff, but it was the fact that they had zero male leadership. Their dads was not there. So it's like, now that I'm here, what I've been hearing on this app from I Speak and Gentry and all the rest of these dudes who just dog black women. It was time for me to speak up. You got king of prostitutes, all of them some trash. Aunt Karen, all of them some trash. All of them garbage. All of them. And that's coming from somebody who was garbage. So let them report. I don't care. I never did. I don't care nothing about them because they don't care anything about us collectively.
Somebody asked, can you say sorry? Somebody said, can you say sorry I hurt you guys? I guess they're referring to your kids.
Nikki Lee.
He don't need to say that on here. They're not in here.
Didn't he already say that earlier though?
I
I
personally
mean,
don't
y'all,
understand
I
that.
don't understand
Yeah,
y'all.
wow.
Right. I don't understand requesting an apology. Like, first,
It's all
I'm
right.
gonna shut up because I feel
That
like
dude is a
I talk
troll.
too much.
Don't even pay him no mind. He's a troll. He's a troll.
It's all
He's a
right.
troll. He ain't nothing serious about that grown ass man.
He don't owe nobody in here an apology. If you're here triggered because you want to hear the conversation, and
No,
if
the
it
kids
triggers
are
you, take
not
a
in
moment and
here.
step away. He doesn't owe
No,
you an
they're not.
apology.
No, they're not. To my knowledge, they're not in it.
Now, can I ask y'all something? Because, listen, I care about everybody. I care about Bud. I care. Y'all might, I don't care. Like, so, wait, I just got, so did we just compare this to Patrick's situation though? Because
Ain't nobody
we
comparing
can,
it. We're saying he's an abuser too. There's not
Abuse
comparison.
is abuse.
Abuse is abuse. He abused his children
Exactly.
just like
Abuse
he
is
abused his children.
abuse.
It might not be the same abuse, but he abused his children.
It's
Right.
no different.
Convicted of
Abuse is
abusing his
abuse.
children. So who are you to send somebody over here to report him when you're guilty of
Abuse is
abuse
abuse.
yourself?
we can't
Abuse
compare
is
it
abuse.
to other types of abuse.
It's not comparing it. It's not comparing it.
It's
But
not a
who are
comparison.
you to judge someone when you have done some fucked up shit too? That's like saying, oh, because I'm not as bad as you, I can place judgment on you. That's not fair.
Oh, I'm bad, but
Saying somebody
I ain't
Bad is
that.
bad.
saying
I
somebody is
ain't
an
that.
abuser as well is not comparing it. It's actually bringing them into the same light. There's no comparison there. They both
Right.
No,
did
There's
it.
no
Like,
comparison.
what are you talking about?
Abuse is
I
abuse. It doesn't matter how you're
abuse is
doing
abuse.
it.
I
So who are
listen.
you
I
to
can't
point the
stress
finger
this
at
enough, right?
anybody else?
I spent 5 years with these. Abuse is abuse. When you get in that system, they don't care because they look at it. Abuse is abuse. There's no distinction until it gets into SA and SH, the harassment portion. That's when they start to differentiate. When it's abuse. You put your hands on somebody, that's all they see. They don't care what it looks like, what your standing is. They don't care. Abuse is abuse. And once the system gets involved, that's how they gonna treat it.
So
I
again,
understood that. So if
so
he abused his wife and kids, and I abused my stepkids, we're both abusers. There's no distinction between us. It's abuse.
exactly. So I'll go back to my question I asked before. If abuse is abuse, then why is it that certain abusers can change and deserve all these chances? Now, I'm not saying you don't take it that way. But what I'm
You like
saying is,
playing devil's advocate, don't you? I
I'm
don't know a
not.
lot about you, but I know you
I'm
like
not
playing devil's advocate.
playing. I'm not playing at all. Okay.
Okay.
I'm not playing. I'm not. I don't want people to be upset, and I'm literally just trying to.
Let them be upset because it's an
Okay.
upsetting situation.
Okay.
Let them. You don't have to listen. You don't have to play. You don't have to play.
Okay.
You don't have to do that. It's an upsetting situation. This is a triggering conversation. You are literally looking at an admitted abuser saying, "This is who I was. This is what I did. This is what happened to those people that I abused, and this is the result. And now I have to live with it." You don't have to smooth away for them. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. I swear to God.
Thank you for saying that. I appreciate you. I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
you don't have to do that.
Y'all.
Don't take on that. Don't take on that because that's too big for you, No Cry Zone. That's too big. It's already a heavy enough weight on me, and I would assume my soon-to-be ex-wife and her children, on my children's mother. It's a heavy. My own mother, my own brothers. It's a big enough weight just on the families. You don't have to take that. That's too much weight for you to carry.
Okay.
What's up?
Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna
All
ask
right.
these people again, like I asked them earlier. Then, since we cleared that abuse is abuse, so why is it that a rapist or a child molester is abuse? Don't deserve to be for people to. They don't deserve a chance to change like other abusers do. If
I
abuse
was
is abuse,
locked up. I was
I
locked up
mean,
with a couple of rapists. I was locked up with a couple
why
of
do they
rapists.
deserve a bullet, but other types of abusers deserve a chance to change? That was
Well,
my only question.
I could tell you
All
from
right.
the inside why. I
Can
could
I
tell you from the
say a little
inside
bit?
why. I'm not.
I
No,
answered
go
that
ahead, Blaze.
earlier. I
Go
don't
ahead,
know who
Blaze.
he was
No, you
asking
answered
Yeah.
that
specifically.
earlier.
Yeah, one at a
Yeah, I was
Right,
going
time.
I
with
answered that
what
earlier.
Lisa said
Did not.
Go ahead, Blaze.
because I was going to say that. Yes, she did. She was saying like, um, the difference between the ones that need a bullet and the ones that don't are the ones that want to change, and the other ones that lie and manipulate their way out of the situation. Don't want to stand in their accountabilities. Those are the ones that deserve bullets in their head.
So to be clear, if a rapist stood in his accountability, did he don't he deserved the same
A
thing?
chance.
Deserve the
Yes,
He
chance to
deserves
change.
a
absolutely. I
Okay,
chance to
believe that.
change.
okay.
That's what I said earlier. I believe anybody that
My
is
bad.
willing to put in the work to change deserves the opportunity to change. I don't care if that's a sexual abuser. I don't care if that's a murderer. I don't even care if that's a fucking racist. If you're willing to put in the work to change, I believe that you deserve that chance to change. The difference is the people that are making it blatant that they don't give a fuck. They're going to be who they are. They're not. This is why Kappa had the audacity to accuse me of being in love with my father, right? Because my father sexually abused me and I was able to forgive him. My mother physically and mentally and spiritually abused me, and I will never forgive her. I know this for a fact because she won't even admit that she did it. My father, on the other hand, gathered the whole family, told the whole family what he did, and dedicated the last decade of his life to being a better person every fucking day. One of the only people that I can say that turned into a Christian and was what I imagine a real Christian is supposed to be. Somebody that's standing in their accountability, somebody that's living quote unquote Christ-like, because that's how my father lived to the day he died. My mother, on the other hand, still will not admit what she did. I can't,
And
like,
that's the
how do you
difference.
forgive that? How do you forgive that when somebody pretends like it didn't even fucking happen? You
That's
can't
the difference.
forgive that shit. So I've decided to just really excommunicate myself from the family because I'm not going to play that pretend shit. At least my
Sounds
father had the
familiar.
guts to admit it in front of the whole family that this is what the fuck he's been doing. This is what I've been doing to this girl. This man admitted it to the police. This man begged the police not to leave me there. We have been abusing her. This is what he said. We have been abusing her. She gonna kill somebody or somebody gonna kill her. It ain't that is it. I can forgive
I said the
somebody
same
that
thing.
wants to change. I cannot forgive somebody that acts like they didn't do a goddamn thing.
Yeah, I mean, she's absolutely right. I mean, I spent 5 years with those guys with that type of mindset. And those of us that wanted to change, to do something different, we read different books. We changed the company that we hung around, the people we sat with, people we ate with, people we you can tell. But those with that SA mindset, that harassment mindset, they used to do what we call a B2. They would when the lady officers would be out there, they would go to the window and do what we call a B2. And you can tell the mindset because that's what they do. They go stand in front of the mirror and they in front of the window and they whip their junk out and you can tell. I watched it. I watched them do it. I watched the male officers come in and drag their ass out of there. I watched it. I know the difference. I saw it. I had to sleep next to it. So when you say what's the difference, there's a huge difference. It's somebody that wants to make a difference, that wants to change, and somebody that doesn't. I had to sleep next to him. So it's to say, why does one deserve a second chance or grace over the other? Well, just listen to how they talk. Since we brought him up, if our speaking Patrick was any different, they last few videos, they wouldn't be talking shit about black women like they was. And it don't matter that they mama black. It don't matter that their wives are black. They just don't give a shit. Hey, Cache, I don't care. So if they had changed, they would have done that. They didn't change. They might have shifted positions, but they didn't change. Nothing's changed. I'm like everybody else. I've been watching the same thing from these cats for a year and a half. Ain't nothing changed. Their conversation hasn't changed. Their mindset hasn't changed. They still a pile of shit bags. Nothing's changed. So when you say, does he deserve it versus him? Well, if he's trying to change, if he's seeking counseling, if he's working out in the community and talking to people and doing something different, and he's consistent, then yeah, he should get another chance. If not, then his words will betray him. His actions will betray him. It's as simple as that. I watched it for 5 years. I don't know. I know a lot of y'all triggered, but this is the kind of the conversation that we need.
Hey,
Hey, Cash.
Hey, what's going on, Cash? What's going on, Butter Spice? How you doing? I need my page right quick, okay?
No problem. And thank you so much for letting me use it so that I can come up and talk to Blaze and Butter and everybody else.
Okay, no problem. I probably need to call you right quick because child honey. Yeah.
Child honey.
Yeah, I got like 20 calls off the ringer. And we gotta speak like right now. Yeah.
We'll speak right now.
Yeah.
Thank you for letting me do this.
Not about this or anything like that, but people just hit me up and it's just annoying. So yeah, we gotta chat right now.
Okay, that's fine. I'll be there in a second.
No. Now. People have been hitting me up for the past hour. So yeah, now.
So Blaze, thank you. We'll do this again. Butter Love, thank you. No Crazon, Sobe. Everybody take care of yourselves.
Next time, if you need a page, I got several pages, and I'll let you use one of those as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
What was I gonna say?
All right.
Have a good evening.
Y'all have a good one. Thank you, Butter.
You're welcome. Yeah, I'm
tonight
just
was a whirlwind.
Oh my God, I'm just so drained.
I appreciate this though, Miss Butter. These are the conversations that we definitely need to have.
Yeah, I know.
And more of. They are triggering, but they need to be had. We can't advocate from one side and not the other. I will say this. I'll try to go live. I'm gonna let everybody wind down a little bit and unpack, I guess. So, Ms. Butter, you too. If you need to call me, just hit me up. Anybody, I'm gonna step down for a little while because it's gonna be a whirlwind tomorrow.
And I just want y'all to know, I I did is trying to be a neutral page for this conversation to be had. I didn't come out here saying that I thought he did what he did was okay or whatever. I was just being a neutral space for it to be heard.
Forward, if you do this, and this a little bit better, I think. Hold on, put that on mute. So, we don't want that to start triggering people. So, I'm gonna step down, Miss Butter. We're gonna let everybody unpack a little bit, and we'll probably be live later on tonight. All right, I'm gonna step down.
Okay, and thank you guys for being in here and being supportive. I know this was tough.
One thing you would never have to do is thank me for supporting anything you want.
Okay.
Ooh, Butter. How you doing, Butter? Huh?
It was tough. It was tough. I have kids.
I know.
And I've been through DB. So I've been through SA.
Yeah, man. Man. That's what's just, but how do we get changed though, Butter, if we don't have conversations like this?
My brother is in prison. I have a brother he will be in prison for 25 years. He has 3 left. So he's been in prison 22 years.
Yeah.
So he got out of prison, before that, and he just felt like he could just never get a break. He could just, and he just gave up. And he ain't going back to prison. So I know both ends.
So
no one, he ain't changed. He's the same person,
So but that's the thing, right, Butter? That's why I was saying what I was saying. Because how can we be a society that says, okay, prisons are supposed to be for rehabilitation? And how do you, as a member of society, be the catalyst for change if you're not willing to give people those chances when they come home? We know that there's a percentage of people that are not going to change, right? But we still owe it as a society to give them room to grow. No one's saying to forgive or forget what they did. But if that's the case, why don't we keep them there forever then? Lock them up for life then. Why that should be it. So, and if you're saying that, then that means it should just be, okay, they get convicted, death penalty for everybody. Because honestly, I don't think I should be feeding somebody for the rest of their life in jail because we want to keep them there. If you think that's humane, that means you mean that once they're convicted, just off with them then. So as a society, it's like no one's trying to tell you to feel like you have to forgive people or forget what they did. But you have to give people a chance to prove that they've been rehabilitated or they can change or whatever. You have to have room for that. And that don't mean you got to be around them. Like, that don't mean you got to deal with them. None of that. That's not what it means. Because guess what? We all are sitting here fighting against the prison system saying it doesn't do what it's supposed to do. But yet we're telling them to just lock people up still. Like, so which is it? Do you want the prison system or do you want people? Like, what do you want?
I don't know if it can be fixed, Sobe. I really don't.
No, it can't be.
I can see on victim's side how they're afraid to give that grace. And, because all it takes is that one person not to have changed. And you let your own down. So I can see it both ways.
That's true. And I mean, I see.
We're going to have to have again because this is a tough one.
Yeah, it is a tough one, and the thing is, like I'm not knowing. That's why I said I'm not. I see it from the victim's point of view too, because like, yeah, if you're a victim, I could say, chances of forgiving. Like, I mean, I've seen the court where people go up to the probation, parole, and all that stuff, and they speak up against it to keep them locked up.
Mm-hmm.
And that means as well. Also, as a victim, you're also still carrying. That means you're not healing either. So it's like, I'm not telling you that you have to let go of it, but you have to heal too.
Yeah.
To the best ability that you can. No one's asking you to forgive or forget, but you have to heal too. carrying that anger for years and years and years and decades, like that's not good either. That means you have probability of passing on from misplaced anger onto other people because you haven't dealt with your issues. It's on both sides. Both people got to heal. Like you cannot walk around with that burden on your shoulder for the rest of your life. You know how debilitating, like, I mean, that hurts. That hurts to keep carrying that weight. So if you're not gonna do the work yourself too as a victim, then what is it? What is it? Are we gonna create more victims?
Yeah.
A lot of these people were victim themselves. It's just that, I mean,
I just don't know.
people have to have room to have the. It hurts, but you got to get through the pain to get to the good. I don't understand what the reasoning in stopping a conversation like this from happening. I don't understand why society, why would you not, why don't you all want growth? Why do y'all not want change? It's like you all want to continue living in the same. You want to continue the same old, business as usual. Well, a business as usual mindset, it hasn't been working.
And I really did appreciate Big and Beautiful's what she told us because it correlated to what he did. When you have, people around, like she was convicted for not protecting her kids, or she was charged, but later, they dropped the charges, but because she, allowed a man around her kids.
Yeah.
Look what she went through. And she lost her kids.
It's like everyone want to pass judgments on to others, right? But they never want to turn that camera back onto themselves. And it's like, it's just proven because, all of what they've done, what people have done to me on this app, calling me the M word, trying to tell me, and I still have yet to share my story because guess what? I don't owe that to none of you. My story is my story. And the story you want to tell, you can keep telling it. I'm never going to share it with you because you know what? I've came to peace with that. I've dealt with my issues. And I will never give y'all never. Trust me, my community knows my story. It's not for you to know on the internet.
Hey, Butter. Hey, Sobe. I want to say to Butter, thank you for using your platform to have this conversation. It was very triggering for me because I am a DV survivor. And I was in a domestic violence relationship for 2 years where he put his hands around my neck 3 times and almost made me lose consciousness, and I could have been unalived. And I thank God that I got out of it. It was very triggering, and I'm glad that, one thing I can say that even though what he did was very disgusting and it angers me, right? And I'm sure it angers everyone here. But you cannot deny the fact that this man got on here and said exactly what a lot of men think and say behind closed doors. You can't deny that.
He's standing in his truth.
He's standing in his truth. And that's a lot. What really
no matter how ugly nerves, it was. Very ugly.
And what really irked my nerves, so what really irked my nerves and really disgusted me in this live was the fact that a lot of people, they completely fund and support a lot of these creators on this app. And they fund their lifestyles, and they are doing it right now as we speak. And they dismiss it. It doesn't matter because that's their fave. That's the part that really just disgusts me.
And that's what I'm saying, and that's why I kept bringing up the fact that, the other person is he's convicted child abuser, and you all want to
Hey,
look
Nerdy
past
Bear.
it. Like, they look past it so easily. Like, he didn't
Oh,
do it.
thank you.
He was convicted of it. He pled
Wow.
guilty to it, just like Silverback. So where's the lie?
I love you, Palesa. Exactly, Sobe. And that's the thing. It's like,
Where's the lie?
the part is that they just kept excusing it because that's just that's their fave. And they don't care about that. It's like, oh, okay, well, that's still my favorite. But you're dismissing the whole fact of they have done and is still doing the same thing. We just don't know about it. There's some things we don't even know about. Right? But at least he was honest and he admitted, and he wasn't playing victim. Now, if he was playing victim, I don't feel sorry for him at all.
I love you, Melissa.
But at least he was honest about it. And a lot of people love the taste of shit.
Mm-hmm.
They don't like that it tastes sour. These are the conversations we need to have. Everything is not going to taste sweet. That's the part that a lot of people have to get past. It's not going to taste good. It's not going to sound good. It's not going to feel good.
Yep.
But this is something that these are the combos that needs to be had. I'm glad you used your platform for this, brother. And I know this was triggering for you because I seen your video. And it was triggering for a lot of people. But we cannot deny the fact that he did admit all these things and took accountability for it, right? And there's people right here on this app that there's foolproof videos on 4K of what they done, and they still deny it.
There is court documents.
Court documents.
Just like Silverback. Court documents. And you all still survive. So they can't say nothing to me. You can't tell me that I'm harboring, because I don't agree or condone anything Silverback did. But what you all are doing is agreeing and condoning what they have done. You all are making excuses for what they've done. So we are not the same. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Y'all are condoning the excuses. A door fell on the child. Get out of here. The same man who said it a couple days later after lying about the door, talk about, would you rather me pay for it or take it? Are you kidding me? That didn't trigger y'all?
That triggered the mess out of me as well.
The conviction and the smirk and his smile when he said it.
King Kuma, you missed a lot, sweetheart. You know,
we knew what.
wish you could have been
I
here.
said I'm not a woman, but when he said it and that smirk, I saw the look. That's disgusting.
Big and beautiful, don't be ashamed, love.
Oh, we appreciate you. We really do, big and beautiful.
Right.
Because people need to see that side, like, how abuse affects. There's so many different parts that abuse affects, and you showed us as the mother who's in a relationship with an abuser, how it affected the mother. Even though you didn't know what was going on, it still affected you. Bad enough you had to deal with something that happened to your kids. You brought somebody in your life that did something to your kids. Now you have to be somebody try to convict you of, something. So yeah,
Yeah.
you showed us another side, and I
Right.
appreciate you because there's a lot of mothers on here, and they need to know that.
Because it's true. The mother
Big and
can be
beautiful.
held.
I wish I could hug you so
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
bad.
you lost your
what she
kids. You
went
didn't
through.
do it, but you lost your kids because somebody abused your children,
Yep,
and
because the
you
mother,
lost.
they can hold her responsible. That's very true.
Right.
So
And then
you
on the
showed.
other side, on the other side, where if you are the one that's getting abused, your kid sees it, and they will replicate that same when they're
Behaviors.
older.
Mm-hmm.
They'll do the same thing. And this is something that me and my son is going to be going to therapy for, because unfortunately my baby boy seen that, and that affected him, and he cried and told me he's angry about it. I have to help heal him as myself. So it's so many different sides to this.
This
So
is why
you feel
family.
bad, Big and Beautiful, that you showed this part.
That's why
Biggest
family
brother, so if you would have
family
said
therapy
this,
exists.
if she would have said that, like before, if I still had young kids at home, if you would have came on here and told that what happened, I probably wouldn't even been in a relationship with a man until my kids were grown. I wouldn't even took a risk because I didn't even know that could happen until you came on here tonight and said that.
Mm-mm-mm.
Did y'all know that if someone did something to your child and you didn't know, but you get charged with not protecting your children, and
I had no idea
I
Yep,
didn't
until you
either,
said that.
and they're
I
taken
knew
away.
because it's been multiple cases of that in the media, in the news and stuff. It's happened before. And it's just like, a lot of us, that's why I say a lot of us don't pay attention to things like that, because when a lot of stuff doesn't concern us, we tend not to see it. And we all live life every day, not taking sight of the small things, like the things like that can hold you liable and put you in jeopardy, because I'm not the one doing it. So it's not me. But if it's being done to you, your kids can get taken away from you if it's been done to you and you're doing nothing to protect the kids. Because kids aren't supposed to grow up seeing that in a household like that. If there's DV in a household, they can come in and take your kids. If
Wow.
you continue to stay with the man and the man keeps doing that, people can report that.
Mm-mm-mm.
Wow, Worthy.
Man. Ooh, this was so triggering. I had to step out and take a breather and take some meds to relax my nerves and hold my emotional support cat, because this was extremely triggering. Oh my
And another
God,
thing
Big and Beautiful, I'm so sorry.
I hate the fact that, people try to make one scenario worse than the other. The comparing and trying to trying to make things, it's all the same. It doesn't add to the pain that the kids were